from New York.
New York! It's Tuesday night.
Tuesday? Tuesday night? Yeah, Tuesday!
That's right, Tuesday.
All right, we'll go with it. Live from New York, it's Tuesday night.
It's the MLB All-Star Game on Fox. With Miguel Cabrera, David Wright, David Ortiz, and Bryce Harper. Featuring hometown hero Matt Harvey and making his final All-Star appearance, Mariano Rivera. Musical guest Candace Glover and your host Joe Buck. Ladies and gentlemen, Joe Buck.
All right, thank you. It is great to be here in New York hosting the 84th MLB All-Star Game. Sorry, Justin Timberlake could not make it to host. I personally apologize about that. But don't worry, there are plenty of big names around. It's a classic New York summer day, hot and humid. A great night to wear a suit and yell and stand in the outfield at a baseball game. Welcome to Citi Field. I'm Joe Buck, and thanks for joining us here tonight. We are just past the midway point of this baseball season. It's the first half where we've seen Miguel Cabrera once again putting up Triple Crown numbers, the Pirates making believers in Pittsburgh, and the Red Sox back to their winning ways. Tonight, the National League will go for its fourth straight win in the All-Star Game. And once again, home field advantage in the World Series is up for grabs. All right, we're all here at this stadium, but just a few hours ago, all the players from tonight's game were on display at the All-Star Red Carpet Parade in Manhattan. MLB covered one of the busiest streets in New York with 80,000 square feet of red carpet. And just like in Hollywood, it's all about the fashion. Oh my, wow. Adam Jones, David Ortiz, little Willy Wonka look for him. A pink parasol, but somehow he just makes it work. It's time now to go to our own Aaron Andrews. And if you're in the home of the Mets, there's one guy you need to talk to. And that guy just happens to be David Wright. She's standing by with him right now.
He's actually running up the stairs right here.
Oh, my God.
He's been the host with the most here in New York, the All-Star Ambassador. And, you know, what a great showcase tonight for your team, your organization, and you made a long-term commitment to be the face. Can you anticipate what it will be like to run out in front of this hometown crowd?
Not yet. I got a little taste last night with the Derby, and it was emotional. It was very cool and something that I'll always be able to remember, standing out there and listening to these fans, the fans that I've gotten the privilege to play in front of for almost 10 years now.
Your manager, Terry Collins, said this will not be an exhibition game for Matt Harvey. He expects him to reach 100 with the third pitch. What do you expect from him?
I want him to go out there and dominate like he has the first couple months of the season, and I expect him to do that. He's poised, he's ready, and I want to see triple digits also.
You ready for this game to start? You've been running around all over the place.
Yes, pulled in a million directions. This is the fun part, playing the game in front of these fans.
Go have fun. Joe, back over to you.
All right, Aaron, thank you. Yeah, everybody's ready for this game to start. Matt Harvey will get the ball for the National League, as they talked about his American League counterpart, Max Scherzer. No surprise why he got the starting nod. He began the season with 13 straight wins for the Tigers. New Yorkers definitely love their baseball, but if the neighborhood kids don't have a field or a bat to play with, it just doesn't matter. All they need is a strip of pavement and a broomstick.
Stickball is a New York City game. It was created throughout the 5 boroughs. Everybody knew each other in the block. All you did was to play street games. Guys used to go into the backyards and steal the mother's broomstick, break it up, and that's what they would use to play stickball. So you needed no money. It's not like baseball that you need to buy a whole uniform. You just put on a T-shirt that all look alike, and that was the team that you had. These streets are called 111, 112, 113, and every block had a different team. There's nothing like seeing a grandfather and a grandson playing a sport that they played when they were growing up, then now teaching it to the younger kids today. That's the family gathering that you have in the game of stickball.
We're just getting started here in New York. We've got a big night ahead. Joe Torre takes us through this city's rich baseball history. I get to sit down with the greatest closer in the history of the game. Mets legend Tom Seaver will throw out the first pitch. We'll get performances from Candace Glover, Mark Anthony, and Neil Diamond, plus the debut of an amazing promo for the new Fox Sports 1 featuring Miguel Cabrera. All that, plus lifelong Met fan Kevin James when we return to New York. On Fox is sponsored by the all-new 2014 Chevy Silverado, strong for all the roads ahead. By Budweiser, the official beer of Major League Baseball. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. And by Disney's Planes, in theaters in 3D, August 9th.
You know, with 40 being the new 30 and late 40s being like, I don't know, like 28-ish, I'm going to show my talents and try out for this year's All-Star game. You might want to peep this, Doc Goods. Oh! Touch him! The catch! I got it!
How many of these meatballs do you think I can fit in my mouth?
Someone get my good glove! Oh, gosh! Say goodnight! That's two!
Really? Seriously?
So what do you say? Can you recommend me to the All-Star team?
You like some skills. Speed, talent, instinct. You're enormous. You sweat too much will make the fans very uncomfortable.
Okay. Now, paging Dr. Gooden. Jealousy on line one. You feel it? You feel me? You got jealousy. Line one, Doc.
Our special thanks to Celebrity Softball Game co-MVP Kevin James for taking care of Mr. Met. You can go see Kevin in Grown Ups 2, which is in theaters right now. There are plenty of familiar faces around the ballpark tonight, no doubt, but there might just be some new names you're getting used to now. In fact, tonight's game features 39 first-time All-Stars, a new record for the Midsummer Classic. Don't forget. Garrick, Jackie, Ruth, and who better to talk to about this city's baseball history than the man who is so closely intertwined with all of the New York teams, Joe Torre.
I was born on July 18th, 1940. Growing up in Brooklyn and being a baseball fan, you had the Yankees and the Dodgers and the New York Giants. And of course, I took my life in my hands being a Giant fan living in Brooklyn. I hated both the Dodgers and the Yankees, and I wound up managing those two teams. So it was ironic.
When we were young, oh, we didn't know. When it got cold, ooh, we bundled up. I can't be told, I can't be done.
Baseball was amazing in New York. The World Series was always in New York. I mean, you talk about spoiled. The one indelible memory for me was 1951. Here I am, 11 years old, and Bobby Thompson knocks the Dodgers out of the postseason by hitting that unbelievable home run. The thing that sticks in your mind is the debate about the three center fielders. You had Mays, you had Duke Snider, and you had Mickey Mantle. You have to understand, I was a Giants fan, man. There was no question Willie Mays was, during my era, the most exciting player that ever played the game.
Willie Mays just brought this crowd to its feet.
In the middle 50s, you found out that the Dodgers and Giants were going to move west. It was a blow. It certainly was a blow to the city that this was going to happen. But you know, Bill Shea, it was great because all of a sudden we see the New York Mets come into being in 1962. They took one color from the Giants, one color from the Dodgers, and they put their orange and blue together and formed the New York Met organization. The best part about that is we got National League Baseball back in New York. So even though the Yankees were a big favorite, when you combine the fan base of the Giants and the Dodgers, it was pretty special.
And an early happy birthday to our good friend Joe Torre, who turned 73 on Thursday. He finished his 18-year career on the Mets and ended up managing the ball club for 5 seasons too. And oh yeah, he also brought Yankee baseball back to prominence, leading the Bronx Bombers to 4 World Series championships. But it wasn't just Torre's presence that elevated the Yankees. Every time he made the call to the bullpen to bring in the closer, opposing teams knew it was all but over. Mariano Rivera has spent 19 seasons baffling hitters and shattering records, not to mention a couple dozen bats about every 2 months, as he became the greatest closer of all time. I had a chance to sit down with a future Hall of Famer as he enters the 9th inning of his unbelievable career.
This is my kingdom come. This is my kingdom come.
We're doing this interview up here for a reason. I mean, look around you in this great city and think about how your career has played out in New York and compare that to how that might have been in some other city.
Definitely would have been different in my career. Being with the New York Yankees has been a blessing, and be part of the city of New York that have huge expectations. Being successful here has been something special.
You talk about expectations. I've sat up in that booth, I don't know how many times, watched that door swing open, and you come out of the bullpen, and what I'm always taken by is the precision. You get to the mound, everything is very dialed in. You're a perfectionist, aren't you?
I love it, yes. Yes, I am a perfectionist. I think I was made for it. I was built for it. It never gets old when those 2 doors open and I see myself crossing the field. It's business. To me, it's beautiful, though. I must be a masochist. They like to be in situations like that. But it's great. It's great, Joe. I mean, I won't change it. And this year being my last.
All right, are you sure? 30 saves, coming back from the knee. You're as good as you've ever, maybe better than you've ever been. Why are you walking away?
I want to leave the game knowing that I still can play the game. You know, I want to leave the game the way I should do it.
It's been an honor. It's been an honor watching you do your thing.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you.
And this fall, look for Being Mariano on the soon-to-premiere Fox Sports 1. An unprecedented look behind the scenes of Rivera's epic last season. All right, when we come back, it's time to meet the All-Stars. They are loving it here in New York.
What I gotta say again? It's my first All-Star game, and I'm flustered.
Tuesday night, baby! Ow!
It's Tuesday night.
Perfect. I'm just having fun.
New 2014 Chevy Silverado, strong for all the roads ahead. And on this warm night in New York, first let's meet the American League All-Star team. The coaches from the Chicago White Sox, Robin Ventura. And from the Toronto Blue Jays, John Gibbons. Now the players. From the Baltimore Orioles, Manny Machado and Chris Tillman. From the Boston Red Sox, Clay Buchholz and Dustin Pedroia. From the Chicago White Sox, Jesse Crain and Chris Sale. From the Cleveland Indians, Jason Kipnis and Justin Masterson. From the Detroit Tigers, Johnny Peralta, Prince Fielder, Justin Verlander, and Torrey Hunter. From the Houston Astros, Jason Castro. From the Kansas City Royals, Alex Gordon, Salvador Perez, and Greg Holland. From the Minnesota Twins, Glenn Perkins. From the New York Yankees, Mariano Rivera. From the Oakland Athletics, Bartolo Colon and Grant Balfour. From the Seattle Mariners, Hisashi Iwakuma and Felix Hernandez. From the Tampa Bay Rays, Ben Zobrist and Matt Moore. From the Texas Rangers, Yu Darvish, Nelson Cruz, and Joe Nathan. From the Toronto Blue Jays, Edwin Encarnacion, Brett Cecil, and Steve Delabar. And now let's meet the National League All-Star team. The coaches from your New York Mets, Terry Collins. And from the Washington Nationals, Davey Johnson. And now the players. From the Arizona Diamondbacks, Paul Goldschmidt and Patrick Corbin. From the Atlanta Braves, Freddie Freeman, Brian McCann, and Craig Kimbrell. From the Chicago Cubs, Travis Wood. From the Cincinnati Reds, Aroldis Chapman. From the Los Angeles Dodgers, Clayton Kershaw. From the Miami Marlins, Jose Fernandez. From the Milwaukee Brewers, Gene Segura and Carlos Gomez. From the Philadelphia Phillies, Dominic Brown and Cliff Lee. From the Pittsburgh Pirates, Andrew McCutchen, Pedro Alvarez, Mark Melanson, Jason Grilli, and Jeff Locke. From the St. Louis Cardinals, Matt Carpenter, Alan Craig, Edward Mujica, and Adam Wainwright. From the San Diego Padres, Everth Cabrera. From the San Francisco Giants, Marco Scutaro, Buster Posey, Madison Bumgarner, and Sergio Romo. From the Washington Nationals, Jordan Zimmerman. And now let's meet the American League manager and starting lineup. The manager from the 2012 American League champion Detroit Tigers, Jim Leyland. Leading off and playing left field from the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, Mike Trout. Batting second, the second baseman from the New York Yankees, Robinson Cano. Batting third and playing third base from the Detroit Tigers, Miguel Cabrera. Batting cleanup and playing first base from the Baltimore Orioles, Chris Davis. Batting fifth and playing right field from the Toronto Blue Jays, Jose Bautista. Batting sixth, the designated hitter from the Boston Red Sox, David Ortiz. Batting seventh and playing center field from the Baltimore Orioles, Adam Jones. Batting eighth, the catcher from the Minnesota Twins, Joe Mauer. Batting ninth and playing shortstop from the Baltimore Orioles, J.J. Hardy. And the starting pitcher headed toward the bullpen from the Detroit Tigers, Max Scherzer. And now let's meet the National League manager and starting lineup. The manager from the 2012 World Series champion San Francisco Giants, Bruce Bochy. Leading off and playing second base from the Cincinnati Reds, Brandon Phillips. Batting second and playing right field from the St. Louis Cardinals, Carlos Beltran. Batting third, the first baseman from the Cincinnati Reds, Joey Votto. Batting fourth and playing third base from your New York Mets, David Wright. Batting fifth and playing left field from the Colorado Rockies, Carlos Gonzalez. Batting sixth, the catcher from the St. Louis Cardinals, Yadier Molina. Batting seventh, the shortstop from the Colorado Rockies, Troy Tulowitzki. Batting eighth, the designated hitter from the Colorado Rockies, Michael Kadire. And batting ninth, playing center field from the Washington Nationals, Bryce Harper. And the starting pitcher, warming up in the bullpen from your New York Mets, Matt Harvey. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2013 American League and National League All-Stars. Tonight, taking their place on baselines that are normally reserved for the game's biggest stars is an extraordinary group of men and women. Joining Major League Baseball's All-Stars this evening is a group of military service members and veterans who represent the very best in commitment, patriotism, and courage. Through People magazine and Major League Baseball's Tribute for Heroes initiative, these distinguished men and women were selected by fans based on their unique stories of valor and service. This evening, we celebrate these heroes and their families for their shared sacrifice. Tonight's honorees represent countless others in today's military and generations past who have given so much to defend and preserve our liberties. Among tonight's honorees are those who have received the military's highest citations, including the Congressional Silver Medal, Silver Star, and Purple Heart. As a lasting tribute to their service, members of the 2013 Major League Baseball All-Star teams will now present each of these heroes with a flag that was flown at their favorite team's ballpark in their honor. Tonight, as we celebrate baseball's greatest stars, let us also recognize those men and women whose selflessness and bravery protect our freedoms and enable us to gather on this evening and enjoy this great competition that it is, baseball's Midsummer Classic. Ladies and gentlemen, please join Major League Baseball and People magazine in recognizing the 2013 People Tribute for Heroes honorees. We'll take a break and continue with our pregame festivities here in New York before the All-Star Game right after this. Our pregame show on Fox is sponsored by the all-new 2014 Chevy Silverado, strong for all the roads ahead. And now, to honor America with the singing of our national anthem, please welcome 2013 American Idol winner and 19 Entertainment recording artist, Candace Glover.
Early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we marched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there.
It is a hot, humid night in New York. It's the 84th MLB All-Star Game. Baseball is just around the corner. Some images from the pregame. These two teams playing to win tonight. Back with more after this. It is. It's the 84th MLB All-Star Game, and it's yours tonight on Fox. The American League, the National League, getting together on a hot night. Man, it is hot here in New York. Quit laughing at me. We get ready for this game, and if you're doing an All-Star game, you're going to get slugging. That's obvious. You're going to get great pitching and slugging. Let's talk slugging. The American League lineup is stacked. It's an All-Star game, no duh. But look at two guys in that lineup. Chris Davis, Miguel Cabrera. They are the only two guys ever in the history of the game to have 30 or more home runs, 90 or more RBIs at the All-Star break, which I know for you, an ex-player, Mr. McCarver, is mind-boggling. But we're not going to talk about hitting right now. We're going to talk about what could be a very special moment here tonight with Mariano Rivera in his final All-Star game.
Well, one of the more compelling stories in All-Star game history. When or if the American League gets a lead, will Jim Leyland, the manager of the American League, put Mariano Rivera, the greatest closer in history, into the game for the last All-Star game? Now, normally, if you're a starter in the All-Star game, that's where you want to be. But in this particular game, if you're a reserve, that may be where you want to be, because then you're guaranteed getting in the game when perhaps Mariano Rivera comes in for his last All-Star game, and you'll be there when he makes history.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. So we've talked about the slugging. We've talked about the back end of the game. But at the front end of the game, we're going to see a lot of heat. We're going to see Max Scherzer, who got off to that 13-0 start for the Detroit Tigers. He comes into the break with a 13-1 record, and he's taken on the hometown kid, Matt Harvey. This place should light up when he takes the mound. And for kind of a tie-in here and a very special ceremonial first pitch, we will take you now to the public address announcer. His name, Alex Anthony.
For tonight's ceremonial first pitch, we welcome to the field one of the best starting pitchers in the history of baseball. He was named Rookie of the Year in 1967, and 2 years later was the ace of the pitching staff for the 1969 world champion Miracle Mets. During his 20-year career, he compiled 311 wins, 3,640 strikeouts, 61 shutouts, and 3 Cy Young Awards. In 1992, he was inducted into the National Baseball Hall of Fame by the highest percentage ever recorded. Please welcome to the mound, the franchise, Tom Seaver.
All-Star Game history. Tom Seaver. He started 2. Doc Gooden. A couple All-Star Game starts. And in just a moment, Matt Harvey.
New York, the greatest baseball city in the world.
Tonight, we play in our city.
In front of our fans.
The greatest that ever played did it here.
It's the All-Star Game, only on Fox.
All-Star Game on Fox is sponsored by Taco Bell. Sometimes you gotta live Moss. By AT&T, rethink possible. By Head & Shoulders with a scent of Old Spice. Take a whiff of a double dose of confidence. And by the new comedy, We're the Millers. In theaters August 7th.
I want to see this guy hit a home run.
No, I want to see this guy hit a home run.
I want to see Mike Trout rob a homer. Definitely.
I want to see Manny Machado play.
I want to see Mo get the save.
He's not the only one. David Ortiz on this 90-degree night. It's 100 degrees down on the field. Humidity 39%. Moments ago, Torrey Hunter in the American League clubhouse.
We're going to play for Mariano. For you to get out there and close the game out, all you've done, that's great stuff. But what we going to do? Eat. What we going to do? Eat. What we going to do? Eat. Good game.
When we're going outside, guys, just get everything that you guys got. Just give me the chance to be there. I mean, it's an honor, guys, and a privilege. Don't forget that, man. When you're stepping on this field, you guys should be proud of what you guys all accomplish. And for me, playing with you guys can be nothing but blessing.
Boy, he's having a ball. Had a chance to sit down with him yesterday, and he said, you know, I've always been a private guy, but in this, my final year, I'm letting people in, and he is about as open as a Major League Baseball player can be, and for him, I mean, it's new territory, and it's been fun to watch. Once again, the starting lineup for the American League brought to you by Taco Bell. Sometimes you gotta live Moss. Mike Trout leads it off in left field, and Robinson Cano bats second. Miguel Cabrera hits third. Chris Davis cleans up. Jose Bautista's in right. David Ortiz, the DH. Adam Jones is in center. Joe Mauer is the catcher. And J.J. Hardy is the shortstop batting ninth. And here is pride of the Mets on the mound right now. Matt Harvey getting an all-star game start. He is 24 years old. He is 7-2. He has a 2.35 ERA. And he is one of the handful of reasons, Tim, I believe this Mets franchise believes it's on the rebound and coming back.
In 1967, Tom Seaver was the franchise of the Mets, the future of the Mets. 2 years later, they won a world championship against the Baltimore Orioles. They hope the same will be true with Matt Harvey.
We saw the first pitch from Tom Seaver. As we remind you, the opening pitch is brought to you by Budweiser, the official beer of Major League Baseball. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. We saw Tom Seaver throw out the ceremonial first pitch, and for a while there he looked like he was going 60 feet 6 inches, but he bumped it up a little bit. A nice moment here in New York, and here are the Ford keys to the game.
Yeah, it's pretty easy. It's the easiest key of the year for me, and it's one key. How do you score against the game's best? And that will always be the mantra of any all-star game. Pitching usually dominates. We'll see how it goes tonight.
I guess the answer is you stock your lineup filled with guys that have 30 home runs at the all-star break and hope for the best.
What a lineup.
What a lineup that'll be started by Mike Trout against Matt Harvey. When we were doing that rollout to break, I talked about the all-star game starts for the Mets. You've got Matt Harvey, the third New York Met to get a chance to start an all-star game. Seaver started 1. Gooden started 2. Harvey is starting 1 here in his first full season in the big leagues, and the way he's going, it probably won't be his last.
He needs more run support from the Mets, but by the way, Doc Gooden started for those two great teams, won a world championship in 1986 and then in 1988 when they lost to the Dodgers in the LCS.
So Dwight is here. Mike Trout is here. The home plate umpire tonight is John Hirschbeck, 30-year-old veteran. He's the crew chief. He is umpiring his third all-star game, and he is joined by Wally Bell at first, Larry Vanover at second, Paul Emmel over at third. Down the left field line, it's Rob Drake. Chad Fairchild umpiring in his first all-star game is down the right field line, and off we go. That is fair down the right field line, and on the first pitch, Mike Trout ends up with a double. And just for good measure, the Millville, New Jersey native goes headfirst into second base.
Grew up about equidistant to New York and Philadelphia. He chose the Phillies and the Eagles as his teams. Doubles on his first pitch tonight. He's impressive.
I mean, is there any doubt? If you're Mike Trout, you go up there and you look for a first pitch fastball.
That's right.
And we're going to see a lot of fastballs from Matt Harvey, who has shown already a ton of personality as Robinson Cano digs in. I'm sure you saw a little tape piece he did with Jimmy Fallon going around the city of New York talking about Matt Harvey, and it was Matt Harvey doing the interviews even to Mets fans.
Nobody knew him.
Yeah, that'll change.
Oh yeah,
and change quickly. Here's Robinson Cano, runner at second with nobody out. The first pitch, 97-mile-per-hour fastball upstairs, ball 1. Cano is hitting .302, tied for 7th in the American League with his 21 home runs. And just simply one of the most productive second basemen while at the plate in the history of the game. So Trout at second, and now Cano is drilled on the right knee.
Oh, boy. Hope it's above the right knee.
It goes without saying, you go into an all-star game and you just hope and pray all of these organizations that their players return healthy, and he's the one guy the Yankees have been able to rely on all year long, with a lineup filled with superstars who are injured. And now here's Cano just getting hit, looked like right on the outside of the right knee.
Sometimes you try to get out of the way and you just freeze, and that's what appeared to happen to Robbie. Let's take a listen. That did not appear to get him enough on the upper thigh for Joe Girardi to feel good about that. Joe Girardi, of course, the manager of the Yankees.
So as Cano figures out if he's okay to continue in this game, Pepsi is proud to announce its national partnership with all-star second baseman Robinson Cano, and thank goodness he's okay to at least attempt to run the bases. Pepsi recently launched the iconic summer program, which provides access and experiences to sports, music, and entertainment through the brand's exclusive partnerships. Visit Pepsi.com for details and your chance to win an iconic summer experience with Cano. So let's hope he's all right, as Miguel Cabrera, I mean, look at these numbers.
Staggering.
Triple Crown winner from last season, and his numbers this year just dwarf what he was doing at the All-Star break last year. Runners on at first and second with nobody out. A double, then a hit batsman. And this one is foul for strike one. Look at the difference for a guy who won the Triple Crown last year and the numbers at the All-Star break last year to this year.
41 points higher with the batting average, 12 more home runs, and 24 more RBIs. It's just unbelievable. And you've got to rank him among the top 10 hitters in the history of the game.
Those numbers, by the way, the comparison in 7 more games this year, but still.
True.
Here is the first non-fastball, and Cabrera was out in front of it and smiles after being fooled on that pitch. Probably that changeup from Harvey for strike two.
Good changeup, and the reason Miguel Cabrera can smile like that, he's one of the great 2-strike hitters in the history of the game, and is more inclined to go to right field. He sees the ball deeper with 2 strikes.
Runners on at first and second, nobody out, and that one is up and away from Matt Harvey. The plan was for Matt Harvey to go 2 innings. The way he started in this first inning with the trouble he's already in, he may be hard-pressed to go 2 when you take into consideration how everybody's worried about a pitch count in a game like this.
He needs a double play ball and able to do that.
That is down and in, and the count evens 2-2. We will try to give you our best guess as to a couple of things from these managers, how the pitching will fall the rest of this game and who will most likely be left in case of a tie. A double, a hit batsman, and a 2-2 pitch. Out number 1. And Harvey gets the strikeout.
Right on the money. Yadier Molina setting out outside. The ball was outside. Good slider from Harvey.
David Wright was pleased to see it, but what the Yankees won't be pleased to see is Robinson Cano heading off the field.
Boy, that's not good.
So he gets hit on the right knee, and Cano is going to have to leave the ball game. Here it is again.
Too much knee.
Dustin Pedroia will come into the game and take over. Well, right now you just have to hope that it's a day-to-day thing for Cano. Now it's 2 on with 1 out for Chris Davis. And there's 98 from Harvey for strike 1. Cano went right by the mound when he left the field, and I'm sure Harvey, that can't make him feel good on a night like this.
Nope.
I don't know if he said something to him, but he was very close to him.
Empathetic, yes.
That's on the outside corner at 99 in the count 0-2.
2 pretty tough fastballs right there. Up and in at 98, and then a tailing fastball at 99.
Framed by Yadier Molina. Now the 0-2 pitch. Reaching out and floating it into center field. That is caught by Bryce Harper. 2 out.
That is textbook pitching right there. Up and in with the fastball, tailing fastball, 0-2 pitch, make him reach. And that's what Harvey did. Changeup, off the plate, reaching, 2 outs.
And so now after first and second, nobody out. It's first and second, 2 out, and Jose Bautista will be the hitter. As you know, home field advantage in the upcoming World Series on the line here tonight. The National League has won the last 3 All-Star games.
Go ahead.
96 from Harvey, strike 1. And the team of the home field advantage has won each of the last 4 World Series and 22 of the last 27. It is no small advantage that's on the line here tonight. 2 on, 2 out. Strike 2. A ball and 2 strikes on Bautista. Fourth All-Star game for Bautista. Led the AL in home runs in 2010, 2011. That is a foul ball. Moments ago, when Robinson Cano came out, he gave Matt Harvey a little wink. So we'll do it again. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 on, 2 out. Two and 2.
Notice how Bautista's left foot is pigeon-toed. That keeps him back. A little reminder, stay back, stay back.
A guy who's bounced around in different organizations, the Cubs, Baltimore, Tampa Bay, Pittsburgh. He has found a home north of the border. Here's a 2-2. Inning over. you've got to live Moss. Brandon Phillips leads it off at second base. Carlos Beltran in right. Joey Votto is hitting third. Then David Wright, Carlos Gonzalez, Yadier Molina, Troy Tulowitzki, Michael Kadyer's the DH, and Bryce Harper is in center batting ninth. And here is the right-hander Max Scherzer, who started the season 13-0. He comes into the break 13-1. And he takes on Brandon Phillips. Bottom of the first, no score, and a fastball misses up and away. Dustin Pedroia is the first replacement of the game for Robinson Cano, who was hit on the right knee by that Matt Harvey fastball in the top of this first. Here's a 1-0. Got under it. Out into shallow left center field. Out goes Hardy. In comes Trout. And Mike Trout has it. 1 out.
Check those shoes on Max Scherzer. I usually have golf balls that color, so I can find them. Check that out. Max is snappy tonight. What a great guy and having a remarkable year. Great stuff.
I think he got him from the same vendor as Adam Jones out in center field.
Yes, he did.
Here's a fastball at 95 that misses up and away. Look at those.
You have a golf ball that color, then you better find it or you're really bad.
First pitch of ball. Now the next to Beltran is in for strike one. Carlos played in New York for the Mets. He's had a fantastic 2-year run in St. Louis. He was an all-star last year. He's at the end of a 2-year deal. Here's a 1-1 pitch. 8th time he's an all-star. Former Rookie of the Year with the Kansas City Royals. Had that great postseason with the Houston Astros. Signed a big deal with the Mets. Was bothered by bad knees at the end of his time with the Mets, but for the most part the Cardinals and now manager Mike Matheny have been able to manage his legs and keep him in the lineup on a regular basis.
I think he wants to come back to St. Louis. Chris Sale now, the left-hander from Chicago, warming.
Here is a 2-2 from Scherzer. Beltran did not go. So a reprieve for the third base umpire Paul Emmel as Beltran came close. Here's a 3-2 to the right side. Davis makes the play. The toss to Scherzer, 2 out. With the second inning coming up, Season of the Whiff brought to you by Head and Shoulders. If a pitcher strikes out the side, 3 up, 3 down in the second inning, Head and Shoulders will donate a cool $1 million to reviving baseball in the inner city. And it looks like that will be Matt Harvey going back out there for inning number 2. Here's Joey Votto.
Matt Harvey will probably be opposed by Chris Sale in the bottom of the second.
Good breaking ball from Scherzer, strike 1. Votto, a 4-time All-Star, the MVP in the National League in 2010. Won a Gold Glove Award 2 years ago. Here's an 0-1. 0-2. It is somebody's going to have to earn the money, because in the history of the All-Star game, nobody's ever struck out the side in the second inning.
About that.
Pedro came close back in '99.
He struck out 2 of the 3 that he faced in the second inning, striking out 5 of 6 in the 2 innings of work. In what was our most memorable All-Star game when Ted Williams came out there. And a memorable evening.
That's strike 3, and Max Scherzer, who appears finished at 13-1 on the year, representing the Detroit Tigers, has to feel good about that start. After 1 in New York, All-Star game, no score. All-Star Game on Fox is sponsored by Budweiser, the official beer of Major League Baseball. Great times are waiting. Grab some Bud. Matt Harvey threw 17 pitches in the first inning. Here in the second, he will deal with the DH, David Ortiz, then Adam Jones, center fielder, then Joe Mauer. No score. Harvey allowed the first two to reach a double, then a hit batsman. Unfortunately, Robinson Cano had to come out of the game, and here's a breaking ball from Harvey for strike one. David Ortiz, in the history of the DH, which came into baseball back in 1973, name a category, and he is leading it. Good changeup from Harvey, and it's 2 quick strikes.
He's the best designated hitter in the history of designated hitting. Came into place in lineups, major league lineups, in 1973.
Here's the 0-2. Got under it into center field, and back a few is Harper. 1 out, and we will send it down to Aaron Andrews with Tom Seaver.
Joe, thanks so much. And Mr. Seaver, read a lot about you practicing that first pitch out there in your vineyard back in California. How would you grade yourself on the mound tonight?
I would be no prospect whatsoever. Prospect too old and no life on his fastball.
Let's talk about a guy who has obviously got a lot of life out there, in Matt Harvey. And before we came on the air, you and I talked about the jitters of a first All-Star game, let alone being in front of your home crowd. What's it like?
Well, it's something that if you love baseball in the sense the way I did, in the sense I mean, my parents used to talk about me playing in the backyard with imaginary friends. You know, I would run around as a kid yelling in the backyard. Nobody else is out there but my imaginary friend. So I was wrapped into it. And then you get into it and you make the All-Star game, which I did my first year. Instead, I went to Anaheim, and you're in the clubhouse, you know, with the errands and the mazes, and it's a dream come true. And all of a sudden you're pitching, and you know, they said, this is what you love to do, Tom. Go get them, you know, and you'll do well. Great experiences in an All-Star game. Yeah.
Great catching up with you. Thanks so much for your time.
All right, Tom Seaver and Aaron Andrews, you caught that man in an All-Star game.
Throwing bullets in the 1967 All-Star game. He finished the game won by the National League on a home run by Tony Perez in the 15th.
Ball and 2 strikes on Adam Jones.
Tom Seaver, the first drop and drive pitcher that I remember, he dropped so low with his right leg that he sometimes wore a knee guard on his right knee. You could not get on top of his fastball.
There are his numbers in a Mets uniform. That pitch is down and in, and the count evens at 2 balls, 2 strikes. And there's a lot, too, for this Mets organization. Tom Seaver being here with Matt Harvey making this start here tonight in front of the hometown fans. Here's one foul. Past the other guy, David Wright, who finally gives the Mets really an ambassador. And this is a guy who was re-upped. An 8-year deal in December. He could have played it out and ended up in another organization, but he came here as a kid. He wants to see this organization turn it around, and they have a solid human being, just a really good man in David Wright. See Doc Gooden, who was a star back in the 80s here with the Mets, but a really good man to kind of be the face of this franchise. I
think the word ambassador is the perfect word for that man right there.
And you get the feeling he'll be one of those guys that comes back, that is a part of this organization the rest of his life.
Yep.
That one bounces in to Adam Jones, and with 1 out, it's a full count on the American League center fielder. Joe Mauer on deck. There's Darryl Strawberry, who has turned his life around, living just outside of the city of St. Louis and back here in Queens. 1 out with the bases empty. A 3-2 pitch to Jones is slapped out and fouled away.
Now forget about walking Adam Jones. He went through one stretch this year where he went 183 plate appearances without a walk. 183 plate appearances.
I mean, you have to try to do that.
Yeah, you do.
Here is another 3-2 pitch, and he strikes out on a 98-mile-per-hour fastball up and in, 2 out.
out of the strike zone. But as we said, Adam, if it's close, he's hacking. And he did and struck out.
Adam Jones, one of 3 Orioles elected to start, joining Chris Davis, who flied out to center his first time up, and J.J. Hardy, who will bat here in the second if Mauer can reach. 2 out, nobody on. A tight breaking ball misses for ball 1. Joe Mauer has put together an incredible career as a catcher for the Minnesota Twins. It's his 6th All-Star game. 4th time he's a starter. He lines out to left, caught by Gonzalez, former MVP and a 3-time batting champ. 2 scoreless, put up by Matt Harvey, and they love it here in New York. Matt Harvey getting congratulations after 2 scoreless innings. He allowed the first 2 to reach in the first inning with a double and a hit batsman, but I'd say he's got the stuff to get around that. There's Davey Johnson, who got a wonderful ovation here in front of his former fans.
Very nice.
Here's David Wright, grounds to third, backhanded stop by Cabrera, long throw for the out. And with Chris Sale on the mound, he takes care of out number 1. And now it's time for the T-Mobile All-Star jump. Here is Aaron Andrews.
Joe, thanks so much. I'm here with Matt Harvey. Your manager, Terry Collins, said there's no way this will be an exhibition game for you. How'd you feel out there?
I feel pretty good. You know, this crowd's awesome. They've been awesome all year. And, you know, it definitely helped that I was pitching at home. And, you know, the guys are all great. They all helped me through it. And you know, it was a lot of fun.
All right, come on. Jitters, though? How'd you feel?
That was good.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know what it was. was a little nervous warming up in the bullpen, and then once I got on the field, I was fine.
Yeah, we talked earlier about you hitting Robinson Cano. Obviously, you feel bad about it. Any words exchanged with you?
No, I mean, I tried to go in, and it sometimes happens. And, I didn't mean to, obviously. And, I feel terrible, but, my apologies definitely go out to him.
All right, thanks so much. Joe.
All right, Aaron, thank you. That brought to you by T-Mobile's new upgrade program, Jump, the best upgrade program in America. As Carlos Gonzalez stands in, Carlos batting with 1 out, nobody on, and a 1-1 pitch fouled out of play, strike 2.
Of all the left-handed pitchers, I have not taken a poll of left-handed hitters throughout baseball, but of all the left-handed pitchers in the game, I would bet you that Chris Sale would be the pitcher that left-handed hitters would least like to face. This guy is nasty.
And look at that. I mean, that's your point right there.
Exactly.
This is one of the game's best hitters, and he missed this pitch by how far?
Well, he got 1 strike on a slider, and now another strike on a slider. Left-handers do not get in the line to hit against Chris Sale.
And so even though Sale comes into this game under 500, people talk about run support. His ERA is good at 2.85, 5th best in the American League. And for Chris Sale, he's got that across the body delivery as he now deals with Yadier Molina, who comes into the All-Star break leading the league in hitting. Strike 1. Yadier Molina dealing with this delivery from Chris Sale.
Much easier to take from the right side than the left.
That's outside, a ball and a strike. Yadier's in his 10th season. It's his 5th All-Star game, 5-time Gold Glove Award winner. And whereas he was once a guy, Tim, and we've talked about it on a Saturday telecast before, once a guy that Tony La Russa said, I don't care if he hits 0. He's going to be my catcher every day, and we can win with him because of how good he is behind the plate. Well, now his offense is caught up with his catcher.
Yeah, to further that, Tony said he could be 0 for the season. He'd still be my catcher.
Well, he's 0 for 1 in this All-Star game as he flies it into shallow center. Adam Jones is there, and quick and easy in the second for Chris Sale. No score after 2. Back after this from your local Fox station.
is the most interesting Triple Crown winner in the world. Umpires ask him where the pitch was. He once hit a baseball so hard, it needed stitches. The strike zone doesn't apply to him. Cabrera, he doesn't always wear a crown, but when he does, he makes it a Triple Crown.
Go deep, my friends.
Go deep, my friend.
Go deep.
First Tiger to win back-to-back batting titles since Ty Cobb. He did it those 3 years, and I think, and you touched on this when we went around the order the first time, top 10 of all time, clearly the best hitter in the game now.
No question about it.
I mean, I know the Triple Crown and what he's doing, but he combines everything, and we just saw him make a good play at third base.
Strong arm from third.
Here's a guy with a strong arm. Clayton Kershaw, the left-hander, who this season has a 1.98 ERA. All he's done since coming up to the Dodgers is win. He's only 25 years old. It's his third All-Star game. He's 69-43 with a career ERA of 2.69. He can light up a radar gun. He's a good athlete. And he finds strike one on J.J. Hardy. And now ball one on J.J. Hardy. Did you know that Clayton Kershaw wears number 22 in honor of Will the Thrill Clark? He was high school teammates with Lions quarterback Matthew Stafford, and he turned down a scholarship to play football at A&M. He chose wisely, and here he is one of, if not the game's best.
And very deceptive, too, with that little right leg kick right there.
Fouled back, good rip by Hardy. It was a productive shortstop. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Felix Hernandez getting ready from the Mariners for the American League out in the bullpen. Chris Sale had a quick and easy second inning. Here's the 2-2. A shot in the air to left center field. Back to get it is Harper. One down here in the third inning, and for a report on the knee of Robinson Cano, here's Kenny Rosenthal.
Joe, it's actually the quadriceps, and Tampa Bay Rays trainer Ron Porterfield is the American League trainer here, and he said that Cano should be fine. I also spoke with Max Scherzer about those orange shoes. Now, Joe, Max, as you know, has 2 different color eyes, and he said the shoes were something of a secret weapon. The hitters were seeing orange, brown, and blue.
Yeah. He's got a blue eye, a brown eye, and then he's got his orange shoes. So different colored eyes and crazy colored shoes.
It's like hitting against a rainbow.
Yeah, it is. Not a particularly pretty one. First pitch up and away for a ball. Batter is Mike Trout, who doubled his first time up, jumped on the first pitch from Matt Harvey and hit it right down the right field line toward the corner. The count's 2-0. It's Trout now, Pedroia on deck, and if anybody gets on, the Triple Crown winner Miguel Cabrera. Here's a 2-0. Into right, easy for Beltran. 2 out. The Chevrolet MLB All-Star Game is sponsored by the all-new 2014 Chevy Silverado. Strong for all the roads ahead. With 2 out, nobody on, the batter will be Dustin Pedroia. And one of our favorite players we get a chance to cover, and we've covered him quite a bit.
Talk about a guy who leaves it all on the field.
The first from Kershaw is on the inside corner. Dustin in his 4th All-Star game. The 2007 Rookie of the Year and a World Champ that year as the Red Sox swept the Colorado Rockies. He was the 2008 MVP. And you can see he is a little guy, but he takes a big rip. The count 0-2. They're reporting X-rays negative on Robinson Cano. Just to add to Ken's report, as you said, and I agree with you, the ball looked like it got a lot of knee, but evidently the pain moved up into the quad.
It's good news.
The base is empty. The 0-2 is up and away, ball 1. If Pedroia can reach, Cabrera will bat here in the third, and Dustin just got a piece. This is where Cano was hitting in the number 2 spot.
Pedroia swings so hard that you think he's out of control, but he's not. It's a hard swing, and he's under control. That's the odd part of swinging that hard, but a guy who makes consistent contact.
Here's a 1-2 out in front of it. And the at-bat continues. If you are just joining us, that took place in the first inning, and still listening to it makes you cringe. No hit on the right knee by Matt Harvey. Here's another 1-2. Pedroia into right. Beltran got a jump. Easy out, and the inning is over. We move into the bottom of the third inning here in New York. No score. AL-NL in the 84th All-Star Game. Our game on Fox is sponsored by the all-new 2014 Chevy Silverado, strong for all the roads ahead. Chris Sale back for another inning. He will deal with Troy Tulowitzki, who just came back off the disabled list, had a fractured rib. His numbers when he went down were eye-popping. And he is year in, year out one of the most productive middle infielders this game has to offer. Sale finds a strike, and the count's 1-1. Third All-Star game for Tulowitzki. And he's one of 2 players in this game with a .340 average or better, 15 or more home runs. The other's Cabrera. Big swing, and the count 1-2. Patrick Corbin, the left-hander, getting ready out of the bullpen. That's foul. Tulowitzki, Tim, is one of those guys that, like we've said about another number 2 that plays in the city, Derek Jeter. He's the kind of guy that in a game 7, 9th inning, he's thinking to himself, hit the ball to me.
Yeah.
I'll make the play. Get me to the plate. I'll get the hit. He's a very confident ball player.
And a guy coming back, he only played 3 games after that fractured rib. There are a lot of guys who would take the All-Star break, rest, and then play after it, but not too low.
He strikes out on a nasty pitch, down and in. Second strikeout for Sale, and we listen in. Sounds of the game to second baseman from the Reds, Brandon Phillips.
There you go, boss. Hey, thank you for everything.
Hey, so I got you. This is our unit coin from the 1st Ranger Battalion. That's why I served in the Army. So
Oh, thanks, man. It's an honor, man. I appreciate it, man. Thank you for everything, too.
Hey,
man.
thank you, man.
It's
This
an
has
honor,
been
man.
awesome.
Oh, this is awesome, man. Wow. Beautiful. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I know exactly where I'm going to put this in my house, too. Yes. Thank you.
A genuine moment between those two. Brandon Phillips, one of the game's really good guys.
One of the best second basemen defensively I've ever seen.
Here's Michael Kadire. Kadire representing the Colorado Rockies with a guy hitting in front of him, Tulowitzki. And a guy 2 spots in front of Tulowitzki, Carlos Gonzalez. So the Colorado Rockies are well represented here in the starting lineup. A team that comes into the break 4.5 out in the NL West. Kadire had that 27-game hitting streak. And he is enjoying life in Denver. With 1 out, nobody on, a 1-ball, 2-strike count from Sale. And a check swing foul. Going to hear from Robinson Cano after Kadire does something here with 1 out in the 3rd. There's Robinson Cano, who is preparing to sit down with Ken Rosenthal. Here's a 1-2. This is Sale off the mound. He finds the ball in his glove, gets the out. NL still doesn't have a base runner, and down to Ken Rosenthal we go.
We're here with Robinson Cano. Robinson, it's a right quadriceps contusion. How does it feel right now?
I mean, just a little tired, but thanks God I'm working good. So, thanks God, bad damage or anything like that. So, just was so nice for the next 2 days.
Now, you're the one Yankee who can't get hurt. You're going to be okay for Friday?
Yeah, I'll be good for Friday.
How disappointed were you to have to come out of the game?
I mean, of course you are. I mean, all you want to do is just play your game, enjoy. It's a nice city of New York with the beautiful fans, and but I mean that's part of life. You gotta know how it's better, and just take it easy and watch the guy win it all.
Thanks, Robinson. Joe, back to you.
All right, Kenny, thank you. So he's scared Yankee fans, and as Ken said, he's the one guy that can't get hurt. Alex Rodriguez working his way back on his minor league rehabilitation assignment. Derek Jeter came back for a day, and then he had a quad injury. Teixeira's finished for the year. Granderson has hardly played, working back from that broken pinky. It's been a painful year for the Yankees injury-wise, but they're only 5 games out in the loss column in the AL East.
How about Tampa Bay, only 2.5 behind the Boston Red Sox?
They are good for a couple of good long winning streaks under Joe Maddon year after year.
Unbelievable.
Bryce Harper hits a little chopper up the third baseline, and the count evens 2-2 as it rolls foul. We want to look at the American League East. As Tim talked about Tampa Bay, you've got Boston, 69 wins last year. They've already got 58 this year. What a difference John Farrell has made, and he has really helped turn that team around. You see for the Yankees, A-Rod, Jeter, Teixeira, Granderson, 16 combined hits. And for Toronto, the starters have an ERA over 5, and Jose Reyes missed 65 games. That's a line drive caught by Cabrera. We go into the 4th inning here in New York. NL still doesn't have a base runner. We still don't have a run. Nothing. Favor of nobody.
start. His body was made for the hot corner.
Hey, King of Queens. That's my position.
David Wright?
Let's do this! Oh, hey, what's up, Wright? What's up, Wright? Ooh, sorry, man. Okay, that's clearly yours. Oh, yeah.
Real grown up, Kevin.
It is David Wright at third base, and he will likely get 3 at-bats, that according to his manager, Bruce Bochy. As we move into the 4th inning here, not a base runner yet for the National League. The American League put their first 2 on, but nothing since. And Patrick Corbin, the left-hander, 11-1, 2.35 ERA in his first All-Star game, gets to face Miguel Cabrera and drives him off the plate with ball 1.
Patrick did not lose a game in his first 16 starts for the D-backs.
That's out of play, 1 ball, 1 strike. His first loss was to the Mets here on July 2nd.
Remember Jim Leyland telling us before the game he does not understand starting all-star players for 3 innings and then putting in reserves for 6.
Somebody is going to have to dodge that bat. Looking down there, thankfully they did. Hit an empty seat. And Cabrera.
It's worth it.
Yeah.
Is it ever worth it? Are you kidding? A Miguel Cabrera bat?
Whew. Nobody's ever won back-to-back Triple Crowns. Here's a shot into the gap in right center field. This ball's going to get down. And 1 hop off the wall. Cabrera's got a double to start this 4th inning.
Yeah, with 2 strikes, it just doesn't matter with Cabrera. Seeing the ball deeply into the zone, a breaking ball, a hanger. Well, look at the eyes right on that ball. Fat part of the bat. He does that a lot. Another double to lead off the inning. Trout did it in the first inning.
The 8-time All-Star starting for the 2nd time is in with that leadoff double, and now Chris Davis. Chris Davis, part of a 2011 trade that the Rangers, if they could undo, would undo. Not only did they give up this guy who was blocked at first base and not shown consistent power, the opportunities he got at the big league level, they also traded away Tommy Hunter, who's a big part of the bullpen for the Orioles, as they tried to add to their bullpen and get Koji Uehara. That was the year the Rangers came so close, down to the final out 2 times in Game 6, but lost in 7 games to the St. Louis Cardinals.
And Buck Showalter had formerly been the manager of the Texas Rangers about 5 or 6 years ago. Was high on Chris Davis. Made the trade, instrumental in making the trade. And has it ever paid off?
What a job Buck Showalter has done with the Orioles. And you talk to these players, and we did over the last couple of days, they love playing for Buck Showalter.
You made a comment when we did a Yankees-Oriole game about how working for ESPN may have helped Showalter. I've been thinking about that, and I think you're right. It gives you a different view, more breadth of the game when you see it 3 stories higher than seeing it from the dugout, which is often the worst place that a manager can view a game.
2 balls, 2 strikes on Chris Davis, who flied to center. His first time up, Harvey had him off balance. Here's a 2-2 pitch and a line drive off the glove of Votto. Cabrera will hold at third. It's 1st and 3rd with nobody out. Now this one trickles away as it hit the knee of Corbin, but he's able to get on top of it as Davis hit one off Votto's glove. And Joey's looking up at the screen, the scoreboard here, to see how close he came, and it's a hit, a single for Chris Davis.
Joey Votto is a very good first baseman. It looked like Joey didn't quite get the jump that he usually gets. May have lost it in a white shirt in the stands. Cabrera understandably had to hold up with nobody out.
Yeah, I would agree with you. A little move to the right and then maybe a late jump by Votto. Now first and third for the American League, and you saw the stat. It's been 17 innings since they last scored. They've lost the last 3 All-Star games, and in each of the games they managed only 6 hits, 2 runs. There the runners on. Cabrera, Davis, the 1-0 to Bautista.
2-0.
Misses inside. It's 2-0. Jose has hit 20 home runs. That's the 10th best total in the American League. 4-time All-Star Waits. And the 2-0 is hit in the air to center. That should be deep enough. Cabrera will tag, as does Davis. Cabrera tags and scores, and we have our first run of the night. Driven in by Bautista, and the AL takes a 1-0 fourth inning lead. It started with a double to right center by Cabrera. Base hit off the glove of Votto by Davis. And you see Jim Leland at the top step to greet that group that just produced a run. He was not leaving any mystery out there. He is managing to win this game.
That's what he told us. He's greeted that Cabrera a lot over the last several years in Detroit.
Here's a strike over the outside corner. And when I say he's managing to win, well, obviously you're always managing to win. But what Leland was talking about is giving these guys like his own Miguel Cabrera more than 2 at-bats. Here's an 0-1. David Ortiz takes strike 2, and he didn't like the call. Here are the numbers on David Ortiz as a DH. And his all-time rank as a designated hitter. First in hits, home runs, RBIs, runs, slugging percentage, doubles, you name it. Here's a double play ball that Tulowitzki takes himself, and the inning is over. It started with a leadoff double by Cabrera, driven in by Bautista, 1-0 AL after 3.5.
For Willie, Mickey, or the Duke, nowhere was baseball better than in New York. 10 times in a 12-year span, she wore the World Series crown. It was the golden age of baseball. All just a subway ride away.
One of the greatest voices in the history of mankind, the great Vin Scully. And he is still doing it, and doing it better than anybody else out with the Los Angeles Dodgers. New York team won the World Series 10 times in 12 years. During that golden age between 1947 and 58, the Dodgers got theirs in 55. Here's Felix Hernandez taking over, and this hard-throwing right-hander misses low, ball one to Brandon Phillips.
Vin Scully out of Fordham University in 1951 as a 21-year-old, still going strong in Southern California. It's great. So is this guy, King Felix.
King Felix takes over. Fourth All-Star game. Here is a foul ball. The count 1-1. Cliff Lee getting ready from the Phillies for the National League. Felix Hernandez on the mound right now. Just 27 years old and the 2010 Cy Young Award winner. And he is an innings eater. Here's a chop to Cabrera. Going to be a tough play. On the run. Shows off the good arm. One away in the bottom of the fourth inning with the AL on top 1-0. You look at the subway system and how close all of these stadiums were or are. Whether it's old Yankee Stadium and then 5 minutes over to the Polo Grounds. Wanted to go to Ebbets Field, 45 minutes.
What a nice job Joe Torre did before the game, and talking about growing up in New York City in the late 40s and 50s. The move by San Francisco and Los Angeles from New York City.
Beltran took a ball and now hits one left side base hit. And the National League has its first base runner of the night. It's former Met, current Cardinal Carlos Beltran on with one out in the fourth.
Looks like a changeup. Beltran just waits for it and pokes it into left field.
No surprise, by the way, with Joe Torre. We talked about the word ambassador. Who's been a better ambassador in this game than Joe Torre?
I'd forgotten that he was such a huge Giant fan. Did not like the Dodgers and Yankees, and ended up managing both teams.
McCutchen takes over to pinch run and will stay in the game for Beltran, who will end his night 1 for 2. And for Andrew McCutchen, he can do it all. He's got power, he can run, he's stolen 20 bases. Batter now is Votto. Ball one. Andrew McCutchen, part of a Pittsburgh Pirates team that has been so fun to watch. 56-37, just a game out in the NL Central behind St. Louis. That's outside. The count 2-0 on Votto.
Pittsburgh Pirates with one great story after another. None greater than their closer, Jason Grilli. We may see him in this game.
May get a chance to talk to him later. But a fantastic story of perseverance. Getting his chance to close, making the most of it. Good jump by McCutchen, but safe at second, and Mauer is looking out at second, thinking that's about as good a throw as I can make.
That's right. Well, sliding to the outside, the outfield side of second base is why McCutchen is safe. J.J. Hardy had too far to go with the ball. Good play on the short hop. And McCutchen to the outfield side of the bag just beat the throw.
What a good throw from Mauer on that swing and miss, and a good call by Larry Vanover. That's the reaction I was talking about. That's as good as he can sail it down there, but McCutchen just too good. Here's a chopper to the right side. Pedroia is there to get a funny hop. 2 out. Over to third is the tying run. It's a beautiful night here at Citi Field. Looking up to the sky, we have a clear view of Elysium. People say life is better up on Elysium. That's what they say. And now David Wright. Well, the runner at third, the tying run, and the hometown Met fans want to see David Wright tie it with a hit or do something bigger and better than that. He has hit 13 home runs this season. Ball one low. This is why he is beloved here with the Mets, the franchise leader in all those categories, third in home runs. Nobody has more hits in a Mets uniform than David Wright, who looks at ball 2 inside, 2-0.
Looks like David Wright is back farther than he would normally be, perhaps because Hernandez throws so hard. Deep in the batter's box.
The 2-0 pitch. And good running action on it, and it's strike one.
Talk about electric stuff. Nobody in the game has stuff more electric than Felix Hernandez.
Bauer almost missed it.
Yeah. Crossing the plate to try to catch it. Did a good job.
Tying run at third, 2 out in the fourth. And a 2-1 pitch from Felix Hernandez. Going to be a tough play. Cabrera gets the high hop and gets the out to end the inning and keep the lead. A hit in the inning, the first of the night for the National League. Wright could not drive him in, so after 4, American League on top in this 84th All-Star game, 1-0. The all-new 2014 Chevy Silverado, strong for all the roads ahead. By Blue Diamond Almonds. Get your good going. and by Two Guns, starring Denzel Washington and Mark Wahlberg in theaters August 2nd. It's the Freedom Tower in the background as we welcome you back to Queens in aerial coverage tonight, provided by Disney's Planes, in theaters in 3D August 9th. Some changes as we go to the 5th inning in a 1-0 game. Paul Goldschmidt takes over at first base. Andrew McCutchen stays in the game to play center. That kicks Bryce Harper over to right. And on the mound doing the pitching is Cliff Lee. Cliff Lee has bounced around in his big league career, but that's because everybody wants him.
That's right. The most coveted guy, it seems, at the trading deadline.
And that could be back in play in 2013. We have Ken Rosenthal with us as Adam Jones is at the plate, 1-1. What are the odds that Cliff Lee ends this season in Philadelphia?
I would say good, Joe. And keep in mind, they are 6.5 games back in the NL East, 5.5 games back in the second wild card race. And when you look at them, they've got a series of games at home, 34 of 50, starting in late July. They feel that they can build around Cliff Lee and Cole Hamels in the future. I don't see them trading him.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Jones leading off takes ball 2.
Even way back in 2002, Cliff Lee was part of a fascinating trade. It shows up with guys on both teams tonight.
2-2 is fouled away.
Cliff Lee was at that time with the Montreal Expos. Brandon Phillips, Grady Sizemore was in that trade. So was Lee Stevens, who played in the major leagues. For Tim Drew, he is the pitching brother of J.D. Drew, and Stephen Drew, who is the shortstop for the Red Sox now. That was 12 years ago, 11 years ago.
Bartolo Colon, part of that going the other way. Here's a shot into the left field corner off the bat of Adam Jones, and leading off here in the 5th inning, Jones has got a double. That is the 3rd leadoff double hit in this game by the American League. They cashed in the last inning. Let's see what happens here after Jones takes this one down toward the corner.
That was a cut fastball inside, but he got it down a little bit. Pitchers try to do is put that cutter right around the waist. That ball was down and in, and Jones took advantage of it.
So now Joe Mauer. To go back to the point about Jim Leyland, he said, look, you want everybody as manager to have a good experience at the All-Star game, but he is managing a Detroit team that is in first place by a game and a half over Cleveland in the AL Central. And he said, I'm going to manage this game with an eye on October and getting home field advantage. It's his 3rd try as a manager in an All-Star game, and if people walk away unhappy, well, I'm here to try to win.
How understandable is that?
There's a strike. And the count 1-1. There's Mariano Rivera, intently studying what's going on here tonight. Well, by the time he rolls into this game, and he will pitch tonight, no matter the circumstance, we will see Mariano Rivera tonight. The guys that he'll be facing right now are most likely on the bench for the National League. J.J. Hardy on deck. We're in the 5th of a 1-run game. The all-time saves leader, plus 42 career postseason saves, and a postseason career ERA under 1, is waiting over in that dugout. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Joe Mauer. Three-time Gold Glove Award winner is Mauer, to go along with the 3 batting titles. 06, 08, 09. One of 2 catchers with multiple batting titles in the history of this game. He grounds one left side. Off the glove of Tulowitzki. Jones was going back to second. He'll make it over to third on what will be a base hit for Mauer. 2 on, nobody out.
Adam Jones didn't want to give Troy Tulowitzki an easy play had he come up with that ball. That's why Jones retreated to second. Had Jones taken off for third and Troy comes up with the ball, his play would have been third base.
A fan just ran on the field and So they will take that fan away, and we'll have a moment before J.J. Hardy steps to the plate. Hardy will be facing Cliff Lee, who is in trouble after facing 2 batters with a double, then a base hit. Give you the in-game box score. It's brought to you by Lexus and their pursuit of perfection. Mike Trout led off this game with a double. Dustin Pedroia, after taking over for Robinson Cano, 0 for 1. Then Cabrera led off in the 4th inning with a double. He scored on a sac fly by Bautista. Already been 3 extra base hits tonight for the American League. That's as many as they had in their last 3 games, all losses to the National League. Ball 1 outside to J.J. Hardy, who flied out to center his first time up. He's driven in 52 runs this season. He's got more home runs from the shortstop position among shortstops in baseball since 2011. 30 and 22, 16 this year, so 68 over the last 2.5 years. Former Brewer takes the pitch up and away, 2-1.
Went from Milwaukee to Minnesota for a short time for Carlos Gomez, who is an all-star in the National League tonight.
Here's a foul back, 2-2. Edward Mujica, who has taken over for St. Louis as their closer, and when that happened, the Cardinal bullpen just fell into order. And the Cardinals come into the break with the best winning percentage in all of baseball. Here's a 2-2. Reaching out, hitting it to Phillips. Out at second. Tulowitzki can't get the double play. Jones scores, and it's 2-0 AL.
We talked earlier about how Brandon Phillips is the best defensive second baseman I've ever seen. This is a regular routine play. I think Tulowitzki with the neighborhood play missed second base as Adam Jones scores easily. But you talk about a magician. Brandon Phillips made a play this year that was, I mean, it was just staggering to the eyes. Check this out. Bare hand, left knee on the bag, double play. Now tell me you've seen a better double play turn than that in your life.
Well, if you are saying you haven't, I'll just fall in line with you.
Oh,
that happened on May 10th against Milwaukee. Reds had a 1-run lead at the time and went on to win the ball game. He's a 3-time Gold Glove Award winner. 1 on, 1 out. Trout at the plate, so 3rd at bat for Mike Trout. And he is quickly in the hole against Lee 0-2. Hardy is on after beating the relay by Tulowitzki, and now with 1 out, this is routine, and nothing, I guess, is routine with Brandon Phillips.
Oh, you've got to love it. A bare hand double play. What?
He makes it look easy. We go to the bottom of the 5th inning. The AL now up 2-0. Out to the ballpark. Go to MLB.com/Sunday to find special ticket offers. And then on Saturday, here on Fox, it's baseball's premier rivalry as the Yankees take on the Red Sox, trying to gain ground in the AL East. The Red Sox trying to add their lead. The White Sox host the NL East leading Braves in an interleague matchup, or Pirates and Reds. It's a good one, too. Fox Saturday Baseball, presented by Taco Bell, begins this week at 3:30 Eastern. Matt Moore, the left-hander, the young left-hander, takes over from Tampa Bay for the American League in a 2-0 game, bottom of the fifth.
Look at that record, 13-3 for a team we said earlier was only 2.5 games behind the Red Sox.
First up, Carlos Gonzalez struck out his first time up. That was against Chris Sale. And so from one lefty to another for Carlos Gonzalez. Yadier Molina will follow, and then Tulowitzki. Here's an 0-1. Off the end of the bat, Pedroia scoots to his right and gets the out. Good play. And the National League still has just one base runner so far tonight. Grant Balfour, who early on was definitely, Tim, in the category of a snub when he wasn't initially named an All-Star, is getting loose for the American League. He closes down games for the A's.
Has Grant Balfour ever come a long way?
A's have a 2-game lead in the AL West over Texas. Ball 1 to Molina.
The A's are as much fun to watch as anybody. Grant Balfour, by the way, one of 2 Australians to make the All-Star team. The other day, Dave Nielsen, a catcher, made it back in 1999.
Count is 2-0 on Molina, who for the Cardinals comes in at a .341 average at the break. He takes a strike, and the count 2-1. My partner, Tim McCarver, back in 1967 had the highest average among catchers for the Cardinals at the break at .348. Now it's 2-2 on Molina.
Pay the right people at this network.
That's right. 2-time All-Star. '22 All-Star games for you in the booth, plus 2 as a player. I love making you uncomfortable. 1 out, nobody on, 2 balls, 2 strikes. And Molina fouls it away off to the right.
This is our 15th All-Star game together.
And I said it on Saturday in Chicago. And I'll say it here tonight. Wouldn't want to be sitting to the left of anybody but you.
Well, next year you will be.
Well, that's what I've read. Aaron Andrews and Ken Rosenthal are with us, as well as Molina grounds to short. Picked up by Hardy. He's got time. Molina's been bothered by a bad right knee. 2 out. And the American League pitching has been dominant so far. Only 1 hit.
That's why we said in the key to the game for both teams, trying to find out a way to score runs against these pitchers. Not only effective through 2 innings, but running a different pitcher out there almost every other inning. It's very, very difficult to score runs in the All-Star game.
Well, we will have a moment before the end of this night with that man, Mariano Rivera. We also have to have a chance to have a moment with Jason Grilli, who is in the bullpen representing the Pittsburgh Pirates. He is the closer of this exciting team. A guy who's bounced around, a guy who has been tested, a guy who's taken over as a closer and is an all-star. We're going to talk to him when we come back. He'll join us from the bullpen out on the National League side. He's fun to talk to. We'll do that on the other side of the break. 2-0 AL. Buster Posey takes over behind home plate. A lot of changes for the National League defensively. Matt Carpenter, his first year as a second baseman, and he's an all-star representing the Cardinals at second base. Then Gene Segura represents the Brewers at short. Dominic Brown, he has finally broken through. He is out and left. And on the mound is Jose Fernandez, who is all of 20 years old. And you can see why he's in the game as that fastball just explodes out of his hand.
Youngest all-star since Doc Gooden back in 1985.
He deals with Pedroia first up. And he pops them in at 96 for strike one. A Miami Marlin. The Miami Marlin at 20 years, 350 days old. That's down and away. Pedroia is 0 for 1. Miguel Cabrera will follow, then Chris Davis. Here's the next from Fernandez. 2-2. We'll give you now the T-Mobile All-Star Jump. And with that, we are joined live from the bullpen by one of the most engaging guys, Tim, we've talked to in a long time, Jason Grilli.
No argument here. How you doing, Jace?
I'm good. How are you guys?
We're doing well. Here's a 2-2 pitch. That's strike three, and Fernandez starts his first inning with a strikeout of Pedroia. All right, Jason Grilli, here are the teams you've played for, among many others. The Iron Pigs, the Mud Hens, the Sea Dogs, the Rough Riders. You've been a Hammerhead, an Isotope, a Knight. You thought about playing in Korea. And here now at the age of 36, an all-star representing the Pirates. What a ride it's been for you.
Yeah, I collected a few jerseys, huh?
Yeah, you have. And now you're on the cover of Sports Illustrated. How about that?
That's unbelievable. I'm humbled by all this. It just put in a lot of hard work, and to watch all these young stars and some of these greats out here, I'm just glad to be amongst them.
0-1 the count on Miguel Cabrera with one out, nobody on here in the top of the sixth inning. Fernandez brings home another, a late swing, a foul, and it's 0-2. So, Jason, take us through, if you can. I know it's been a long road, but when you blew out your knee and what the process has been like and how you're sitting here as an all-star in 2013.
No, yeah, it wasn't a fun day that day. My body failed me that day, but the Cleveland Indians were gracious in taking care of me. They sent me out to Dr. Stedman out in Vail, Colorado, and we put a Humpty Dumpty back together again. That was part one of the whole saga. Then, obviously did some extensive rehab after being told I might not be able to walk right, let alone play baseball again. And, the people that have helped me after that part, they're all here tonight. So I had an angel walk in, Brianna McMahon, who has a prosthetic leg and was a former athlete. She still is an athlete and had a soccer scholarship. We formed a pretty good relationship, and she gave me a lot of strength. So I had to have her here tonight, as well as my physical therapist, Melissa Brown, and my trainer, personal trainer, Randy Hadley.
Here is Chris Davis. That's strike one with two out, nobody on after Cabrera fouled out to Goldschmidt at first.
Then Brianna McMahon is your inspiration, right, Jason?
No doubt. She came in, a 17-year-old girl, good soccer player, was on her way, had a soccer scholarship all lined up, and I didn't know if I was going to ever play again. My career was in balance then, and as I was told. And I see this young, beautiful girl walking in, hobbling in, and I see what she had to contend with. And right in that instant, it gave me a ton of strength to say, you know what? She's going through a lot worse things than I am, and I know I'm going to get through my pain and struggles together. And we formed a really tight relationship, and we worked our rear ends off to both get back to where we're at right now. And she's participating in some sports activity even with these special prosthetic legs that they've given her. It's awesome to see. I get videos and I cry every time she sends them to me because I'm just so proud of what she's came from too.
2 balls, 2 strikes as Davis strikes out. Well, Jason, you are ready, willing, and able to close this game if you get the chance. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Thank you. We got to score some runs here.
Yeah, you do. You got to get to work. Only 1 hit for the NL so far into the bottom of the 6th inning. National League coming up trailing 2-0. Mr. Metz got it working. And the celebrities in attendance here tonight: Mayor Bloomberg, Governor Chris Christie, Rudy Giuliani, a couple of ex-Mets, Gary Sheffield, John Franco, the handshake, and there's Jerry Seinfeld. #1 Mets fan right there. Here are the changes for the American League. You've got Prince Fielder taking over at first base. Manny Machado is in at third. Nelson Cruz in the game in right field. And on the mound is Grant Balfour. 25 for 25 in the save department. Initially really disappointed. He left off the All-Star roster, and he misses up and away with ball one. Shook out his arm after that first pitch as he deals with Michael Kadire. It'll be Kadire, then Harper, and then back to the top of the lineup as that one skips in there. The count 2-0. And I don't know if Balfour's right now.
He has certainly caught the fancy of that loyal Oakland Athletic crowd out in Oakland playing at the Coliseum. And boy, are they good. Boy, are they fun to watch.
Yeah, they are. That's exactly what I was going to say. They are fun to watch as Balfour misses up and away.
You're right, though, Joe. That's a good pickup. Something looks awry.
His teammate Bartolo Colon. And you can bet that Jim Leland, the training staff, they're watching the body language of Balfour right now because it's not very good. Counts 3-0, and he hasn't been close yet to Kadire. And a 4-pitch walk. And so the leadoff man is on. Aerial coverage tonight provided by Disney's Planes in theaters in 3D August 9th. If you are an all-star, young or old, you would be wise to sit in the bullpen and listen to Mariano Rivera. Talking with Delabar out there in the bullpen. Brett Cecil, Delabar's teammate, was out there as well. Here's Bryce Harper. Tying run is at the plate. The NL has only one hit.
Yeah, it's a dangerous situation. He has to throw a strike. Harper with a lot of power.
There's a strike at 93, and that one he let go. Strike one. Harper lined out to third his first time up. Just 20 years old, and one of two in the history of the game, along with Ken Griffey Jr., to have 35 or more home runs, 20 or more stolen bases before being 21 years old. Here's a little pop-up to Hardy, one out. Kadire back to the bag, one away, and back to the top of the order we go, and that's where Matt Carpenter is hitting after taking over for Brandon Phillips. Phillips, while he was in there, 0 for 2. And Matt Carpenter has given the Cardinals their everyday second baseman. He came up as a third baseman. Really was a utility player last year for St. Louis. Bounced around, did not play much second base. Worked hard on it over the offseason. And now not only is he the Cardinals' second baseman, an all-star, but he's their leadoff hitter. And he takes over but low, ball one.
Working very hard at second base with Jose Oquendo. And Matt could not say enough nice things about the job that Oquendo did with him. Learning the footwork around second base that is very, very difficult when you're coming from a new position.
He's 28 years old.
Pardon me, Joe.
And he is in his first All-Star game. Only 18 innings at second base before this season. That's a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. His dad, Rick, baseball coach for 31 years. And Rick talked about how a young Matt Carpenter used to position himself just based on the body language of hitters during T-ball. He's got good baseball instincts, and he fouls one off to the right. Now he's in the hole, 1-2. It's all in the family for Carpenter. His mom, his sister played high-level softball. He's a 5-year player at TCU. Drafted as a 23-year-old. And he's gone from roster filler to prospect to everyday player to all-star. McCutchen on deck. Tying run at the plate. A fly ball into right center field will be easy for Jones. Back to his left. 2 out. Who is getting your MVP votes? Fans are voting now to help determine the Ted Williams MVP award. Go to MLB.com/vote or tweet a designated player hashtag to cast your votes. Voting will close at the end of the game. Here is McCutchen. Andrew has hit 10 home runs during the regular season. Bottom of the 6th inning, 1 on, 2 out. Balfour, a 4-pitch walk to start this 6th. And now he bounces in ball 1 to McCutchen. It's been since 1992 since the Pirates had a winning season, and they are headed for that here in 2013 under manager Clint Hurdle. Where they have had second half collapses each of the last 2 years, you just don't see that coming here in 2013.
Well, their pitching is just so strong. The addition of Garrett Cole, the young right-hander, they're good.
1 ball, 1 strike from Balfour. Jeff Locke, who was an all-star, named as a starter. He is injured and not available here tonight. But he is here. There's Pedro Alvarez to his right, developing into one of the National League's best power hitters. Here's a 1-1. Pedro's teammate, Andrew McCutchen, takes outside ball 2. On deck is Goldschmidt. Paul leads the National League in RBIs. The NL and manager Bruce Bochy would love to get him up here in the 6th. Fouled back, 2-2.
Had his pitch there. That slider was just hanging in the strike zone, and Andrew just missed it.
That combination of power and speed from McCutchen. As Balfour gets a new baseball before a 2-2 pitch. Bullpens have been busy down there. Aroldis Chapman is up now from the Cincinnati Reds for the National League. Looks like he'll take over in the 7th. The 2-2 pitch, a strikeout ends the inning. An inning that started with a 4-pitch walk, and the NL now is stranded 2 on the night. A lot of young stars in this one here tonight in New York. More seasons with 30 or more saves. Rivera's already there. He hit 30 right before the break. Trevor Hoffman, the great Trevor Hoffman, had 14. Carlos Gomez takes over in right. What a year he's had. And Aroldis Chapman, in his second All-Star game, is on the mound. And if you want some heat, other than the weather, here you go. And there you go, Buster Posey. Try to corral it at 100 miles per hour.
There's an expression in baseball that is that's 50, 60 years old. And when a guy like Chapman comes in the game, somebody in the dugout would yell, "All right, all you fastball hitters, here he is. Turn it up."
Good luck. Here's a 1-0. Upstairs, 2-0. He's the closer for the Cincinnati Reds. We had a chance to sit down and talk with him yesterday. He's gone back and forth between starting and closing, and his preference, without hesitation, is closing games.
Ken Rosenthal asking him a question about his license plate. If he still has the 104 MPH as a license plate. He said yes.
And the count's gone to 3-0. So velocity or not, he's got to throw strikes as he deals with Nelson Cruz. And it's 3-1. Fox Tracks is provided by Turbo in theaters in 3D tomorrow, July 17th. And there's a walk to start the inning. So Nelson Cruz is aboard. And the batter will be Edwin Encarnacion, batting for David Ortiz, DH. So Encarnacion, with his .264 average, his 25 home runs and 72 RBIs, representing the Toronto Blue Jays, and his career has really blossomed north of the border. Former Cincinnati Red digs his way in against a current Cincinnati Red.
He had 42 home runs last year. Quite a tandem with Bautista.
Ball one. And they start to move around out in the bullpen for the National League as Sergio Romo will start to get loose. Here's a 1-0. 2-0.
Bruce Bochy telling us about Romo, saying that he wants to get Sergio in there for perhaps one batter.
And he obviously would be his middle inning guy, as Chapman is having a tough time throwing strikes. And there's Romo. Here's a 2-0 on the inside corner. 2-1. Encarnacion following the walk to Nelson Cruz. First All-Star game for Edwin. Was traded from Cincinnati for Scott Rowland back on the deadline, July 31st in 09. And Chapman is all over the place as he's run the count to 3-1. Among right-handed hitters, Encarnacion has the second highest total since the beginning of last year, second to Miguel Cabrera. He waits for a 3-1 and grounds one to Segura. Out at second, Carpenter turns it for a double play.
Boy, how quickly did Segura give Carpenter that feed? Watch this.
They got Encarnacion by plenty because of the way this started. Segura, who got away from the Angels organization, you see what he can do with his hands at shortstop. Well, he's got plenty of talents with the bat. He can run. There's really nothing he can't do. Here's Adam Jones with 2 out, nobody on. Chapman helped out by the double play ball here in the 7th. Strike one. National League, when they come to the plate in the bottom of this 7th inning, be looking for just their second hit of the game. That's strike 2 at 99 from Chapman. We asked him, does he turn around and look at the readings on the scoreboard with regard to his velocity, and he said, yeah, sometimes I turn around just to see where I am.
I don't blame him.
throw that hard. Want reinforcement.
It's Greg Holland who's starting to get loose. Kansas City Royal. We may see him in the bottom of this inning. Here's a 1-2. Jones strikes out and the inning is over. An inning that started with a walk, then a double play ball, and now the strikeout of Adam Jones. And Jim Leland's going to come out and go through his changes with the crew chief John Hirschbeck, the home plate umpire, while we have a second. Our game summary in this 2-0 game. Robinson Cano left the game in the first inning after being hit by a pitch. The X-ray's negative. Jose Bautista with a sac fly for the first run. J.J. Hardy, a fielder's choice RBI in the fifth. And that's all the scoring. Only one hit for the National League, in case you're wondering. The history of the All-Star game, and this is the 84th All-Star game. The low, as far as hits are concerned, 2. The National League will be looking for their second as we go to the bottom of the 7th. Right now, for the introduction of God Bless America, we join public address announcer Alex Anthony.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and remove your caps as we honor our great nation and all the men and women who help keep us safe and free with the singing of God Bless America. Please welcome multi-Grammy Award winner Mark Anthony.
Land that I love, stand beside her and guide her through the night with light from above, from the mountains to the prairie. To
America, life's better when we're connected. By Ford and their spectacular summer sales event. And by Pepsi. Uncap a Pepsi for a chance to win thousands of great prizes. Find out more at iconicsummer.com. Up above, aerial coverage tonight provided by Disney's Planes in theaters in 3D August 9th. Holland takes over on the mound, and his first to Goldschmidt is fouled back, the right-hander. Greg Holland is now throwing to his battery mate, Salvador Perez, behind the plate. You've got Jason Kipnis at second base. Here's a ground ball to third. That's a fair ball. Machado. Oh, what a play, and he got him. Oh, my goodness. This kid has made one of the best plays this season you'll ever see by a third baseman, and I don't know anybody else that makes this play in this game today.
No, a high hopper, which gave Goldschmidt. Now, Goldschmidt is not a fast runner, but he's fast enough normally to beat a play out like that. That's an in-between hop, going up, sets himself, and here's the one Joe was talking about.
On July 7th at Yankee Stadium, somehow corralled the ball as it was drifting away from him. He makes this play on Luis Cruz and gets the out at first base. That was a game where the Orioles were trailing 1-0 at that time, but scored 2 on a 9th-inning home run by Adam Jones to win the game, as he and the Orioles beat Mariano Rivera.
Manny turned 21 on July 6th.
I mean, this play, it's not as stunning as the one we just showed you from Yankee Stadium, but I don't think it's any easier.
It's a big league play. Ball going up with that top spin on it. Watch how he sets himself immediately. Didn't even catch it cleanly. Strong arm to get his man.
Machado's a guy who came up as a shortstop. Last year during the All-Star week when we were in Kansas City, he was playing in the MLB Futures game. He was called up in August. He's played almost every inning since then. They taught him third base in the minor leagues almost secretively. And he's playing third base, although he told us he still considers himself a shortstop. David Wright excites the Mets fans in attendance with a base hit into left. And that'll bring the tying run to the plate for the National League here in the 7th.
Shows you how important that play was by Machado. If he doesn't make it, National League's got some rumbling going on. David Wright with a second hit of the night. See how Salvador Perez ducked his head. That's what happens sometimes when you're looking for the ball away and the ball comes back over the plate.
Dominic Brown is coming up, and Jim Leland is going to go to his bullpen. Holland gives up the hit. Pitching change with Cecil coming in. Takes over middle inning. A guy who was sent down last year by Toronto. Now he's an all-star. An infield shift on for Dominic Brown, who has blossomed for the Phillies and their fans here in 2013. And he's got about as much power as anybody in this game tonight.
It's the first shift we've seen of the game in this age of shifting in baseball.
The left side of the infield. Machado's over there at his old spot, shortstop. And the third baseline and a lot of area on the left side wide open as the count's gone to 0-2. Runner on at first, one out. That's David Wright. Dominic Brown at the plate. He strikes out on 3 pitches. Brett Cecil, whose career has just taken off since going to the bullpen, gets the strikeout. And it's 2 out here in the 7th. And we look at our replay of the strikeout. And with this, Jim Leland is going to come out and make another pitching change. That's it for Cecil. He did his job as Leland and the American League tries to protect a 2-run lead. Steve Delabar takes over, 2 out in the inning. There was a very special moment during the 7th inning stretch. We asked the 45,000 fans here to remain standing to honor our troops. Bank of America donated $45,000 to Welcome Back Veterans and Wounded Warrior Project. As Buster Posey takes a pitch high in recognition of those fans. All of you at home can participate too by using #TroopThanks to help raise up to $1 million in donations from Bank of America to military nonprofits by Veterans Day. As the count goes to 1-1. Who do you want to talk about here? Buster Posey and what he's been able to do in a short while in the big leagues, or Steve Delabar, who's one of the great stories in this game tonight?
Take your pick.
We know more about Posey. Delabar, a guy who 4 years ago had a compound fracture in his right elbow. He's worked his way back, was part-time teaching, coaching, started to feel good, got a tryout with Seattle, got traded to Toronto, and here he is an all-star.
He has a steel plate and 9 screws in his right elbow. And here he is in the All-Star game. Wow.
Tying run at the plate. Here's a 2-2 pitch. A strikeout ends the inning. The reigning MVP in the National League, Buster Posey, strikes out Delabar. And his teammate Cecil help out in the 7th. Let's go to the 8th. 2-0 AL. For Fox Sports 1, America's new 24-hour sports network. Fox Sports 1 will be your home for great live sports. All the news and highlights you want, and shows and specials that only Fox could bring you. America's new sports network is Fox Sports 1. It's coming August 17th. Craig Kimbrell takes over on the mound. Pedro Alvarez in the game at 3rd, and here's a base hit down the right field line by Salvador Perez. Good play is made by Gomez down the line, and it's a leadoff single for Perez.
Not too many outfielders can get a ball hit right down the line, but because of Carlos Gomez's speed, Perez doesn't even challenge that arm. He gets the ball so quickly. Perez is not a fast runner, but opens with a base hit. This is the 4th inning of this game. At the American League is open with a base hit.
Now it's Johnny Peralta, first at bat of the night, taking over at short for J.J. Hardy and Kimbrell, who hits 98, gets it by his bat, strike 1. So Mariano Rivera is getting loose out in the bullpen. Ken Rosenthal is with us, and after this pitch we'll go down to Kenny, who talked to Jim Leland about how he needs to use Mariano in this game. And what was his answer, Ken?
Well, what he said, Joe, was that he might need to use him in the 8th rather than the 9th if the American lead wasn't big enough. And the reason for that is this. The fear. If you blow the lead in the 8th with another reliever, then you might not see Rivera in the 9th because there might not be a bottom of the 9th. So we are likely to see him in the 8th, given that the score is 2-0.
So typically, he would be the anchor of the bullpen. Seniority, the success, the effectiveness. Joe Nathan is down there as well if the American League needs another hammer down there. But this is a night that will not come and go without this New York crowd being able to salute the greatest to ever do his job, Mariano Rivera.
638 saves.
42 in the postseason.
Postseason numbers staggering.
Here's a 2-2 pitch. Peralta waits on it, flips it into right. That's a base hit. And the first two are on here in the 8th inning for the American League against Craig Kimbrell.
Joe, just thinking about what Ken said, Jim Leland told him, I wonder if the American League scored one more run, if that would be enough of a cushion for Jim Leland to not pitch Rivera in the 8th and save him for the 9th.
Well, I mean, he's got Joe Nathan down there.
Sure.
Who is, nobody's Rivera, but as far as today's game is concerned, he's a pretty sure bet as well.
Outstanding.
You see the runners on, Perez and Peralta, as Torrey Hunter does the pinch hitting. Batting for Mike Trout, that's strike one. Runners on at first and second, nobody out. A 2-0 game. Kimbrell trying to keep it there, and the 3-time All-Star misses outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Craig Kimbrell, the 2011 Rookie of the Year, with 46 saves, which is a MLB rookie record. And he is typically the lights-out closer for the first-place Atlanta Braves, and you can see why with that kind of stuff. It's a 1-2 count on Torrey Hunter.
You can also see why Jim Leland told us that an All-Star game is very difficult to manage. When you think about it, you're trying to accommodate 15 cities and be fair across the board.
Box tracks provided by Turbo in theaters in 3D tomorrow, July 17th. And they provide us with Fox tracks tonight. Hunter backs out, now gets back in with a 1-2 count. That's foul. Torrey Hunter has had just a marvelous career. He is a leader. The Angels really miss his presence out in Anaheim.
Do they ever? Just ask Mike Trout.
It's his 5th All-Star game. He's done it now with 3 different teams. Minnesota, the Angels, now Detroit. This is chopped to Segura. Step and throw for the double play. Goldschmidt kind of handcuffed on that throw from Segura, but a 6-3 double play, and it's 2 out with a runner at third. And the batter will be Kipnis. So Rivera is preparing to work the bottom of this 8th inning. And he will deal with the bottom 3 in the lineup for the National League. Here is Kipnis. He's got power. He can run. He takes a strike. First All-Star game for Jason. He's already got 13 home runs this season, hit 14 all of last year. And he led the Indians in stolen bases last year and tied for first in RBIs. So you understand the kind of player he is. For Terry Francona, who has just done a great job in his first year with the Indians.
Again.
That's outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Neil Diamond will sing Sweet Caroline in this 8th inning.
Terry Francona's heard that song a few times.
That's right. So is Mariano Rivera as a visiting player at Fenway Park.
Yeah.
Here's a 1-1. Kipnis flies it into left. Brown is back, and it's over his head. Off the wall, in to score is Perez. It's an RBI double for Kipnis and a 3-0 AL lead.
Well, that hit by Kipnis at least allows some intrigue as to Jim Leland's decision right now as to whether he'll bring in Rivera. But Nathan can't get ready in time to make a quick out. Nice hitting by Kipnis, showing power the other way over the head of Brown for the 3rd American League run.
So it's an RBI double. That ball carried a lot farther than Brown thought initially. Got over his head. Kipnis with the RBI in his first All-Star game, and now this one gets away after a swing and a miss by Machado, and over to third Kipnis with 2 out.
That play for Posey. Knocked his glove off. Wild pitch from Kimbrel.
7th pitcher of the night for the National League is Craig Kimbrel. On deck is Prince Fielder. 3-0 game in the 8th, and a 1-0 pitch. Swung on and missed by Machado. Manny Machado with 39 doubles, which is the 2nd highest total ever at the All-Star break to Edgar Martinez and his 42 back in '96. The ball. Up and away, 2 balls and a strike. Machado, 3rd overall pick in what turned out to be a great draft in 2010 across baseball. Machado waits for a 2-1. 2-2. And the inning is over. That was a strikeout. Scoreboard had 2-1. That's strike 3. And the inning is over. So stranding a runner is Machado on the strikeout. But the American League adds to their lead. It's 3-0 as we go to the bottom of the 8th. With Rivera getting loose, we'll have another moment here in Queens. Right now, we join public address announcer Alex Anthony.
Ladies and gentlemen, we direct your attention to the field for a special performance. Here to lead us in singing Sweet Caroline, which has been played in Major League ballparks across the country and embraced throughout baseball earlier this season in support of the city of Boston, we welcome to the All-Star field the legendary Neil Diamond.
Thank you, New York.
Where it began, I can't begin to know it, but then I know it's growing strong.
Come on, New York, I'm gonna need you.
Was in the spring, and spring became the summer. Who'd have believed you'd come along? Hands, touching hands, reaching out, touching me, touching you. Sweet Caroline, good times never seem so good. I'm feeling fine to believe they never would, but now I look at the night and it don't seem so lonely. We fill it up with only 2. Oh yeah. And when I hurting runs off my shoulders. How can I hurt when I'm holding you? Warm touching warm, reaching out, touching me, touching you. Sweet Caroline, good times never seem so good.
Thank you, New York.
Ladies and gentlemen, Neil Diamond.
Mariano Rivera was out on that field all alone. It's his spotlight. It's his 8th inning, the best in the business when we come back. in center field, and on the mound is Mariano Rivera. 30 saves this season, 638 in his career, most all time. And in this, his final year, he deals a strike on the outside corner to Gene Segura. If you go back to his first save in '96, that was back when the Yankees had John Wetland and Rivera was his setup man. Derek Jeter had 48 career hits, now has over 3,300. Jose Fernandez, who pitched in this game, was just 3 years old, and his current manager, Joe Girardi, caught his first save. That's fouled back, and the count 1-2. 13th All-Star game. His manager for most of his career. Joe Torre watches as Rivera looks for out number 1 of the bottom of the 8th with the AL up 3-0. Here's a 1-2. That's Kipnis. One away. And with one down, the batter will be Alan Craig. The 2013 All-Star Game on Fox is sponsored by the all-new 2014 Lexus IS. It's your move. By MasterCard, proud supporter of Stand Up to Cancer. And by DreamWorks Turbo, tomorrow, only in theaters. Major League Baseball players are allowed to tweet when they come out of a ball game, and we've been monitoring those. Give you one from Michael Kadire as Rivera gets ready to deal with Alan Craig, who is an RBI machine for the Cardinals and one of 6 Cardinal All-Stars.
Rarely do you have a young man in his first 2 years in the major leagues have the reputation of don't pitch to him with men on base, and Craig has that already among National League pitchers.
He's got the top average in baseball with runners on, and he has the top average with runners in scoring position the last 2 seasons leading baseball.
Amazing.
Here's a 1-1 from Rivera, strike 2.
You followed Rivera's career, you'll know that right-handers have a little bit more success against Mariano than left-handers. Left-handed hitters break their bats much more often.
The biggest thorn in Mariano's side over the years was Edgar Martinez. And Edgar Martinez would lean over the plate and wait for that cutter and just serve it into right. And that's what started to change with that cutter, and the ability, after hard work by Rivera, to start putting that cutter in different spots. The 1-2.
Like that. He was working Craig away and then came back inside with that cutter. What a thrill it's got to be for Perez to catch Mariano Rivera.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, nobody on. And now a line drive into left field. Hard hit, but caught by Gordon out in left. Michael Kadire just tweeted this. What an incredible moment right here. The greatest of all time, Enter the Sandman. And what did you think of that tribute by these other All-Stars staying off the field and leaving the spotlight to Rivera?
It's fabulous. What a great moment. How about the chorus to Enter Sandman? Exit light, enter night. Take my hand, we're off to Never Never Land. Not bad. A lot of hitters have been off to Never Never Land.
Oh, same with a bunch of bats.
Yeah, right.
Here's a pitch down and away. Ball 1 to Gomez. First at bat for Carlos Gomez here tonight. 13th and final All-Star appearance for Mariano Rivera. That's on the outside corner, a ball and a strike. It was a day in Detroit where he was throwing to his bullpen catcher Mike Borzello when that cutter seemed to appear out of nowhere, and it threw Borzello into a panic. Mel Stottlemyre, the pitching coach, came down to the bullpen. They tried to straighten it out. because it was moving so much. They couldn't do it. And Rivera will ride to the Hall of Fame on that cutter as he sees a foul back to the screen by Gomez to keep this at bat alive. Such precision. The uniform always perfect. Carries his glove in from the bullpen the same way every time. Gets on that mound. And nobody has ever done it better. 2 balls, 2 strikes. I can't think of anybody more respected in this game by teammates or opposition than Mariano Rivera.
A man who's never received criticism of any kind.
A 16-pitch, 3 up, 3 down, All-Star Game finale for Mariano Rivera.
How many people in any walk of life can you say that about?
Respected across this game, whether by the players, by the people who pay to fill these stadiums. What a man. Let's go to the 9th. 3-0 American League. Well, a special moment here in the 84th MLB All-Star Game with Mariano Rivera saluting the fans, and it's one hug after another down in that AL dugout. Here's Prince Fielder against Jason Grilli, the closer for the Pirates, and a ball outside. 3-0 the AL on top as we move into the 9th inning. And Jason Grilli, who has found a home in Pittsburgh, gave up a contract. He told us it was for more money elsewhere because he believed in what they were doing and he believed that they believed in him. First-time All-Star at the age of 36, had 5 career saves before this season. Now he's got 29 for a team that's right on the heels of the Cardinals in the NL Central. 1 ball, 1 strike. Now strike 2. When Jason really sat down to talk to us about his journey to get to this All-Star game, you could see it was on his face. And if you think that these major league players and all-stars aren't emotional and aren't taken by this honor of being an all-star, you need to sit in a room and talk to Jason Grilli about it. He was overcome with emotion as he misses high to fielder 2-2. We'll hear from Mariano Rivera in the dugout. He is standing by with Ken Rosenthal. After Fielder does something here to start this 9th inning. That's out of play. Prince's dad, Cecil, lives in Atlanta but spends his summer with his family here in New York. He is in town and back in a hotel watching tonight's All-Star game. Two balls, 2 strikes. Fielder trying to get something started with Nelson Cruz on deck. Shift on in the infield as they play Prince to pull, and he does. In the air to right, coming to get it. Gomez, he can't. This play backed up by Matt Carpenter, the second baseman, and big Prince Fielder is going to motor all the way around to third with a triple. That's got Mariano clapping and smiling as Prince Fielder gets to third base with a rare triple.
Now, Carlos Gomez had to respect the power of Prince Fielder, playing deep, trying for the shoestring catch. And Matt Carpenter, the second baseman, eventually fielded the ball. How many times do you see that?
And they loved it in the American League dugout. 10 career triples in the regular season for Prince Fielder. And after that, let's go down to Ken Rosenthal with Mariano Rivera.
Well, Mariano, like all the American League players, was enjoying that triple, but let's go back to your moment. What was it like to walk onto the field alone?
It was tough. It was special, you know. I mean, seeing the fans cheering and both teams standing out of the dugout, you know, managers, coaches, players. Priceless.
You've done a lot of great things in your career. Where does that moment rank?
Oh my God. I mean, never been in a situation like this. I mean, the only difference, World Series. But besides that, this has been right there.
Were you surprised to pitch the 8th instead of the 9th?
Well, I mean, I wanted to pitch. You know, you know the game of baseball. Anything can happen, you know, and Leland want to make sure that I pitch. So it was a great idea, you know. I mean, I appreciate him, you know, to give me the opportunity to do this, you know, in here in New York, you know, with the fans here. And I think the plan was perfect.
You had some big moments in Shea Stadium. How special was it to have this moment in New York?
Priceless. Again, priceless. I mean, I can't ask for nothing better than this. I mean, I appreciate every bit of it, you know, from the fans, from my teammates, from my peers, from the other dugout. I mean, they were a professional, bunch of great guys, you know, bunch of players that appreciate it. And, you know, I appreciate them for being like that with me.
Mariano, thank you.
Thank you.
Joe, back to you.
Okay, thank you, and thanks to Mariano Rivera. Here's a ground ball hit by Nelson Cruz to Matt Carpenter, makes a nice play, and the winded Prince Fielder stays put at third base, 1 out now, and it's up to Encarnacion, the runner at third, 1 away. Edwin Mullins had one at bat. He grounded into a double play back in the 7th inning. And he will try to produce a run. It's a 3-0 game. Jim Leyland will have the luxury of going to Joe Nathan out of the bullpen to try and end it. Here's a tight breaking ball for a strike from Grilli. And how about that for Nathan? He gets to follow Mariano Rivera. They just wanted to make sure that Rivera got in this game. So he worked the 8th, and Nathan will get the bottom of this 9th. Here's the 0-1 to Encarnacion. Hit to short. Segura makes the play and gets the out. 2 gone.
Prince Fielder, after that triple, couldn't score on the 4-3 putout, even though the infield was back. The infield was halfway then. And Prince not taking any chances. I think during the regular season, he probably would have tried to score on that first ground ball to second. I would agree.
The National League also had 2 hits, as they have tonight. Back in 1990, they lost 2-0. This is an all-star game that, over time, the first 83 of them, the National League has the advantage, 43, 38, and 2. There was a stretch there not too long ago where the American League dominated this game. That's inside and drives Gordon off the plate. The American League won the first 7 games that determined home field advantage between 2003 and 2009. The NL came into tonight having won the last 3. They trailed tonight 3-0. Gordon swings through that one. 1 ball, 1 strike. First all-star game for Alex Gordon. Been the left fielder in Kansas City since 2011. 2-time Gold Glove Award winner. And he's got a good arm. Most outfield assists in the league since 2011.
He had 17 last year, second in the American League.
Now he's in the hole 1 and 2, and Grilli is 1 good pitch away from getting around a leadoff triple. Hit by Fielder here in the 9th inning. Top of the order will bat for the National League. Matt Carpenter, Andrew McCutchen, and Paul Goldschmidt are the scheduled hitters. Gordon trying to add to a 3-0 lead. Takes up and in. 2-2. On deck, the catcher, Salvador Perez. Here it comes from Grilli. And we'll do it again. Grilli, who was a setup man for Joel Hanrahan in Pittsburgh, now can't say enough about his setup man. Really, the entire crew in the bullpen for the Pirates. Mark Melanson is an all-star and not in this game yet. Here's a fly ball into center. Sounded good off the bat, but the Park will hold it as McCutchen goes back to grab it. The inning is over. And now we go into the bottom of the 9th inning. Last chance for the National League. Down 3-0 with Joe Nathan taking over in the 9th. West Coast, it's your late local news. Check your local listings. As we go to the bottom of the 9th inning, last chance for the National League, and Joe Nathan takes over. Matt Carpenter takes a strike. Carpenter's second at bat, 0 for 1. He flied to center back in the 6th inning. 6th All-Star game for Joe Nathan. And he is number 2 to Mariano Rivera in saves since 2004. This guy's been good and good for a long time as he hits the outside corner, strike 2.
Started his career back in 1999 in the major leagues with San Francisco. Traded to Minnesota. Was with the Twins for 8 years before coming to Texas last year.
Here's the 0-2. The breaking ball bounces in for ball 1. Former starting pitcher. He has now set a new Texas record for saves at the All-Star break. He's got 30. The guy he just replaced, Mariano Rivera, has 30. Here's a 1-2. 2-2.
You know, Joe, it's interesting that Joe Nathan was a starting pitcher. It used to be that guys would fight that going to the bullpen, but now guys embrace the fact that they can be a closer like Nathan has been.
That guy right there longs for a closer like Joe Nathan. That's on the outside corner, 1 away. And for the Tigers, who lead the American League Central and who hope to have their manager guide this American League to a win tonight to get home field advantage if they get to the World Series. If there's one thing they're looking for before the trading deadline at the end of July, it's a closer.
More than any other team. By far more than any other team.
Because the rest of the team is terrific.
Yes, sir.
Here's Andrew McCutchen, 1 out, nobody on. 3-0 game, 9th inning. And just a high riding fastball, strike 1 on Andrew. He struck out his first time. He does have a stolen base in this game. Pinch ran for Beltran back in the 4th. That's on the corner, strike 2. And McCutchen didn't like it. Last year it was an 8-0 win by the NL over the American League. Matt Cain beat Justin Verlander. Here tonight, 3-0 with 1 out in the bottom of the 9th. There have never been back-to-back shutouts in All-Star game history. This the 84th All-Star game. That's outside, 2-2. Nathan ready with the next for the Pittsburgh outfielder. A strikeout for out number 2. And the NL down to their final out with Goldschmidt coming up. Fox Tracks provided by Turbo in theaters in 3D tomorrow. It's July 17th. So 2 out, and it's Goldschmidt. If he can get on, he would get Pedro Alvarez to the plate for the first time tonight. NL needing 2 base runners to have a chance. That's in the air to right, well hit. Back is Cruz. It's over his head. Goldschmidt will dig into second with a 2-out double as the National League's leading RBI man keeps this game alive in the 9th.
We visited with Paul Goldschmidt yesterday, Joe, and we asked him if he thought about right field when he was swinging. He said, no, I think about hitting the ball up the middle. Well, up the middle went to right field at the base of the 375 sign. I asked Goldie at the end of our meeting with him if he had a nickname, and you said, yeah, Goldie. I mean, yeah, of course.
Gotta be. What else can it be?
What else can it be?
Here's Pedro Alvarez digging in for the first time.
And it was. And it is.
Runner at second, 2 out. Alvarez waits and takes on the outside corner. A wide strike. First All-Star game for Pedro Alvarez as the left-hander Glenn Perkins gets loose just in case. Pedro Alvarez is the first Pirate to lead the league in home runs since Willie Stargell trying to become that. Stargell did it back in 1973, and Alvarez is right there in the top 5 in the league as he takes outside. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Got to be a thrill for Pedro growing up in Washington Heights. Went to Horace Mann Prep in the Bronx and Vanderbilt. Smart guy.
There have been a lot of good baseball players coming out of Washington Heights.
Yeah. And Vanderbilt, including David Price.
That's right. 1 ball, 1 strike. Runner at second, 2 out. That's up and away. You've got Perkins getting ready in the bullpen. And that could be for the presence of Dominic Brown on deck, the left-handed hitting outfielder and slugger from Philadelphia. Right now it's up to Pedro Alvarez to keep this ball game alive. Runner at second, 2 out, and a 2-1 pitch. Bottom fell out of that pitch, 2-2.
That's a disappearing slider from Nathan.
And so now Alvarez in the National League down to their final strike. Good rip by Pedro Alvarez. Chris Sale would be the winner. Patrick Corbin would take the loss. And for Nathan, he is 1 strike away from his first All-Star game save. He's ready with a 2-2 pitch. Full count. And so Leland's thinking, well, what do I do? Do I take a guy out that's got 30 saves? With Glenn Perkins, with Dominic Brown coming up, if Alvarez can reach. A 2-out double by Goldschmidt. Here's a 3-2 pitch. Popped up, should end it. Out behind the second base position. Kipnis is there. And the American League wins it 3-0. Home field advantage secured tonight by the American League, and it's Nathan getting the save, Sale getting the win. A 3-hour, 6-minute game, and only 3 hits tonight for the National League. So who wins the MVP in this game? Machado has a chance. Heck, Mariano Rivera has a chance.
That would be the popular vote, no question.
And a 3-0 win for the American League. And now the all-time series, 43-39-2. The National League on top, and a nice moment between Mariano Rivera, who used to be a setup man. Tonight he was the setup man for Joe Nathan.
You can hear Joe Nathan telling his grandchildren, oh yeah, I took Mariano off the hook.
And he gave him the baseball from the save here tonight.
Yeah.
So with that, a 3-0 win for the American League. This game is over. We go down to the field and Ken Rosenthal.
Joe, we're here with Torrey Hunter. Torrey, it was Mariano's night. How badly did you want to win it for him?
Oh, man, that was the plan. You know, we had a meeting early before the game, and we went out there and we tried to give it our all just for him. I mean, those guys on the National League side, they have a lot of great pitching over there. But we hung in there. We got 3 runs off those good pitchers over there. And Mariota came in, man. It was just it was a great moment, man. He's one of the best pitchers to ever play this game. And so I'm honored to play behind him in center field, and it was a great night.
All right, we saw highlights of your pregame speech. What was the theme of that?
Just trying to pump the guys up and then let them know that, you know, some of you guys might not ever make it back here. Some of you guys are going to be here, you know, numerous of times. And so just enjoy and savor the moment and have fun with it. And I would just tell them to soak it all in. And then we had a little speech about let's go out and eat and have fun. And I got them pumped up a little bit.
Torrey, thanks a lot. Joe, back to you.
All right, Kenny, thank you. Congratulations to Torrey Hunter, member of the American League. They win it 3-0 here tonight. An emotional night in the 8th inning for the great Mariano Rivera, who in his 13th All-Star game pitched a 1-2-3 8th. We'll come back and have the ceremony for the most valuable player on the other side of the break. AL wins it 3-0. The All-Star post-game show on Fox is sponsored by the all-new 2014 Chevy Silverado, strong for all the roads ahead. 3-0 American League win. And let's go down to the field and Aaron Andrews.
Joe, thank you so much. I'm joined right now by the Commissioner of Major League Baseball, Mr. Bud Selig, here to present the All-Star Game MVP trophy to Mr. Mariano Rivera.
Pleasure to present to the greatest relief pitcher of all time, Mariano Rivera, who is the Ted Williams MVP of the All-Star Game presented by our friends at Chevrolet. And I want to say to you, Mariano, that you have been not only the greatest relief pitcher, but you have been so remarkable off the field and represented this great sport so well. It is a privilege to know you and a privilege to have been associated with you. Congratulations.
Mo, it's already been a very emotional night. I see you brought your family out here on the field. You want to bring them over? Bring them on over, because we got a special surprise for them. Here from Chevrolet, U.S. VP of Sales and Services, Mr. Don Johnson, to present a very special surprise.
Mariano, on behalf of Chevrolet and all of our dealers across the country, I'm proud to present you with this prestigious award. You know, I think you already appreciate that what you've given back to the community, we now have something even more to give back. To support youth in baseball across the country in the future, Chevrolet will make over a field in a city of your choice in the U.S. to allow youth to play even more baseball. So congratulations, we will do that in your name. And of course, for your personal accomplishment, I'm really pleased to present you with the keys to a 2014 Corvette Stingray. Congratulations.
Oh my God. Thank you.
How's that feel? Hey, but you know what? No one wants to hear me. I'm going to give you this mic, let you address the fans and the crowd here in New York.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I would like to say thank God for this event. I mean, has been wonderful, and thank you, Lord. My wife, my kids, my family, you guys, fans, thank you for the support. Thank you for being here. I mean, you guys are the best. Thank you, New York. You know, I mean, it's been a privilege. I mean, you guys almost made me cry. I mean, all those beautiful players, professional players, and the best players there is in baseball all over the world. And allow me to be here and perform the way I did. I cannot be more happy than that. I mean, and you guys, I mean, I can say it again, thank you guys for being here and sticking here still. Thank you. Commissioner, thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you very, very, very much. And what else I can say? Thank you.
Joe, back over to you.
Mariano Rivera, there isn't a classier man that's played this game. We'll have much more coming up from New York, including the best plays of the first half of the season and Tim's All-Star Game memories. We'll take a break and come back and continue on the Chevrolet postgame show from New York on the heels of this 3-0 American League win. What a night for Mariano Rivera, part of the winning side. Back after this.